Chapter 217. Draco Turns His Coat. Monday, June 17, 1996. 3 days to Judgment Day 1043 Z Times Square, New York, United States of America. Horcruxes left. 1. Cup. Atlantis alert status. DEFCON 2. Last night, there had been riots. However, now that it was the beginning of a work week, things were a bit more quiet. The fact that there were riot police everywhere helped a lot. However, there was something in the area which was even more effective at improving the mood of the crowd. The gigantic television screen was airing a broadcast from a helicopter a few hundred feet above London. A wizard was on board, along with the reporter, and the wizard had made it so that the reporter was able to see places that he would normally not have been able to, such as Diagon Alley. The pilot had reported that he may have seen a dragon in the sky over London as he was coming in. However, if there had been a dragon there wasn't much left of it after something was fired at it from ground level, blew it up, and sent it crashing to the ground. The camera showed shots of buildings no one had ever seen before. The wizards pointed out several of the sites and mourned the loss of several others destroyed in the fighting. The reporter got a good shot of people, probably giants if they could be seen clearly from this distance, blocking the way and giving some mechanized army equipment fits. There was a squawk in the cockpit, and the helicopter fired a missile. The weapon blew up the giants and allowed the attack to proceed. Virtually everyone in the area was watching this footage. Battles and things blowing up made for excellent ratings. Battles whose outcome could prevent the end of civilization would do even better. 1047, Z Presidential Palace, Pyongyang. Voldemort was watching the news along with everyone else. Broadcasts from stations like the BBC were a luxury very few in the North had. This broadcast, however, affected him much differently from the way it impacted the people in New York. The Dark Lord hadn't expected the Muggles and wizards to combine forces so easily. Those mechanized monstrosities had already reached Gringotts and were securing a defensive perimeter. Most of the Death Eaters he had sent to defend the fake Horcruxes were probably dead. The area around Gringotts went dark. Someone in the Order must have gotten his hands on some kind of concoction which provided cover of darkness. He had seen enough, however. He needed to do something to get the Muggles off the trail of the Horcruxes. Fortunately for him, he had the perfect distraction. He reached for the telephone and called the Secretary of Defense. "Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. It appears that our friends in the South need to be taught a lesson. I've been patient with them, but the capitalists refuse to yield. It is time to resume hostilities. Commence Operation Imperial at once. Furthermore, tell the man in charge of the nuclear missiles that he is ordered to fire them at the South if I am killed. I am not going to let the South kill me like they killed my beloved predecessor." Z. Severus Snape and Albus Dumbledore charged into Gringotts, Dumbledore leading the way with his impenetrable Atlantis bubble. The place was a madhouse. Although most of the staff had deserted, several of the goblins had stayed behind to make sure that there was no looting of their customers' vaults during the operation. This proved to a mistake, however, as the Death Eaters had fired on every sentient being they saw when they had rushed into Gringotts a few minutes earlier. Most of the goblins were cowering behind their desks and setting up anti-theft defenses. Dumbledore told everyone everything was all right, and the goblins soon emerged from behind their desks. The great wizard promptly headed over to the first goblin he saw. "Good morning. There's something I need to tell you, and it's important. I need to visit a vault. There's something that we are trying to destroy that the Death Eaters are trying to protect. That's what all this ruckus is about." The goblins stared at him warily. "I need confirmation of your identity first, especially at a time like this. Would you mind telling me what you did when you found out your sister was a squib?" Dumbledore stared at him shrewdly. "She wasn't a squib. She went insane after Muggles attacked her and lost the ability to control her magic." The goblin nodded. "Indeed. May I see your wand, please?" Dumbledore handed over his wand, and the goblin analyzed it for a while. This matches the description of one of your wands, Professor Dumbledore. I believe you are who you claim to be. This brings me to my next question. Whose vault do you wish to visit, and why? Vault 524, purchased by Bellatrix and Radolphus Lestrange, and currently held in the trust of Draco Malfoy. Do you have the key to this vault? Where is Mr. Malfoy? I'm sorry, but I'm not allowed to provide access to the vault in circumstances like this without Mr. Malfoy or his guardian, as he is a minor present. Dumbledore fumed inwardly. This is an emergency. The goblin glared at him. Yes, and you could be under the imperious curse. Give me the key. Dumbledore handed over Draco's key and shoved his great serpent ring in the goblin's face, forcing the goblin's head back with the field of invulnerability. Really? I doubt it. Recognize this. The goblin's jaw dropped. Indeed, the Atlantis ring. From what I've heard, it is indeed invulnerable and will only serve the man it is granted to. The goblin thought about it a little. He reached his decision quickly, however, as a commotion suddenly erupted outside the entrance to the bank. Apparently, Voldemort had sprung another trap. It was now or never. Dumbledore prompted him. Sir, we would. The goblin jumped into action and grabbed a couple of noisemakers behind him. All right, let's go. It's irregular, but if what you're saying is true, and I believe you, this is an emergency, and we can't afford to stand on protocol. The goblins summoned a cart and led the Gringotts assault team to the back of the room. Everyone got into the cart, and the goblins launched it into the depths of the bank. Dumbledore reached into his robe and brought out a large, jeweled sword. Unable to use the weapon himself because of the Atlantis ring, he handed it over to Headmistress McGonagall. 1051, Z. Draco Malfoy smiled. The Order of the Phoenix had made their mistake. They had left only Muggles in the app with him, having sent most of the wizards into the bank to go chase after the non-existent Horcrux. Well, he was going to make Voldemort's enemies pay. Slowly and quietly, he brought out his wand and pointed it at the man who appeared to be the commander of the unit. Imperio. The soldier's face went blank for a moment and turned to the rest of the app's crew. The anti-magic shield only covered the outside of the vehicles, so the spell worked as designed. The commander then called to his men. Guys, they're going to need some help in there. Go in and get the Death Eaters. I've just gotten a call for reinforcements. One of the soldiers looked at him strangely. Captain, what? Don't question my orders. Move it. That's an order. I'll keep an eye on this kid. The command brought some stiffness back into their spines again, and out they went. This left Draco and the Imperiused commander in charge of the tank. The magical darkness dissipated, and Draco ordered the man to aim the app's machine gun at the helicopter hovering nearby. Checking to see that the back door was clear, he ordered the man to fire on the chopper as Draco jumped out the back door. The helicopter veered sharply to avoid the stream of bullets. However, some of the projectiles hit and ripped into the fuselage. Forcing a frightened expression onto his face, Draco headed over to one of the other two apks just as the helicopter returned fire and blew up Draco's former apk. The Muggle in command of the app Draco was approaching stared at him in horror. What happened? Are you okay? Draco pointed at the burning apk behind him. One of the Muggles was a polyjuiced Death Eater. He tricked everyone into leaving the tank and fired on the helicopter. It looks like they're trying to sabotage the operation again. The commander swore and threw open the back. Kid, get in here. Whatever you do, do not leave this vehicle and keep your wand at the ready. Draco did as he was told and kept his wand at the ready. He didn't leave the vehicle, of course. After all, he still had to figure out how to convince this vehicle to shoot its primary weapon, a mortar at the third app, and blow it out of the way so the Death Eater reserves could enter Gringotts with, at most, the helicopter to worry about. He'd only leave the app when he'd gotten the gunner to fire the mortar 1052Z. Two apks had been destroyed, and the other was busy fighting some Death Eaters in a different part of the plaza. The door was open. Death Eater reserves poured into Gringotts barely a minute after Dumbledore's cart had left the room. They overpowered what was left of the Gringotts staff, Imperiused a goblin, and started heading down towards Bellatrix Lestrange's Vault 1056Z. The cart swerved around a final corner, and the goblin raised a hand in warning. Heads up. These high-security vaults are protected by a dragon. I'm going to need to shake these noisemakers to pacify the dragon. Give me a few seconds to calm the poor chap down. The delay seemed to take forever. However, eventually the goblin motioned them forward and led them to the door. The goblin inserted the key into the lock and turned. The door opened to reveal a shimmering expanse of purple light. Dumbledore frowned. "Sir, what is this?" The goblin nodded in recollection. "Oh, I forgot about this. I apologize. This is one of our new security protocols which is only active during lockdown. No one, including an Atlantean, is allowed to pass through that shield unless they are actually deeded to the vault. I'm sorry, Professor. It appears that you will need to follow protocol and get Mr. Malfoy after all." Dumbledore gasped and wished he had the Elder Wand. "This cannot be. Let me try." Dumbledore ordered someone to bring out a wand and cast spells at the purple wall. Nothing. He tried walking into it. Nothing. This was going to be a big problem. He had no idea that Draco's little spell had attracted the interest of the Gringotts staff, and it had been applied in a much stronger form to all of the vaults. He turned to the rest of the assault team. "Minerva, Kingsley, you guys keep half of the people and stay down here. I'm going up to get Draco, minus 1057Z. The cart, full of Death Eaters, barreled down on the one carrying Dumbledore and his half of the assault team shortly after Albus left the room with the dragon. The two cars met midway between the vault and the surface. Dumbledore leaped into the front of the cart and stuck out his hand. The green bolts bounced off the Atlantis bubble as the cart went past 1058Z. McGonagall let out a shriek of horror as a convoy full of Death Eaters roared into the dragon-protected vault. Spells began blazing, and the dragon roared in pain and fear. 1,400 Javana Cuba. Fidel Castro was fed up with people defecting to the United States. He had to think of solutions which would keep himself in power and communism the dominant paradigm while still appeasing the populace. He never thought he'd be talking about stuff like this with the representatives of North Korea, but he figured it wouldn't hurt to ask what Chang Sungtik had done. He was no more immune to the imperious curse than any of the other world leaders. Voldemort was now in charge of a nation less than 100 miles from Miami. A few hours later, nukes were being portkeyed across the ocean to Cuba for the second time in 35 years. Voldemort expected that having weapons so close to the US would help convince President Clinton that he meant business. 1,500 ZSD. Peter's Basilica, Vatican City, John Paul Roman II, the Dalai Lama, Urban Roman VIII, and the wheelchair-bound Suleiman I appeared together on the balcony in what would very likely their first and last joint appearance. All four men preached for peace, hope, and self-restraint. Urban, of course, threw in a plug for the destruction of all evil wizards. Everyone in the crowd cheered at that. Next to him, John Paul rolled his eyes and pasted a smile on his face for the cameras. Suleiman nodded gravely, and the Dalai Lama looked horrified. 1,700 Z location classified Israel. The vote was close, very close. However, the measure passed. The Israelis had agreed to retaliate against Hamas and defy al-Qaeda. The premise was Hamas was the bigger threat, and al-Qaeda was likely dealing with operations all over the world. They also agreed to respond with nuclear weapons if Hamas's wizards attempted any copycat attacks, nuclear attacks against Israeli cities. 1,737 Jato Airport, Willemstad, Curaçao. The trip had been grueling and had taken me to places I had never even heard of before. However, we had made it. We had reached Curacao with all of our belongings. It appeared we had done so just in time, as the chaos was continuing to spread in the United States. The car picked us up, and we began heading towards my grandfather's house at 63 SBN Dormanweg, 1800 Zoval, Office, White House. My fellow Americans, I am becoming increasingly concerned about the chaos gripping our cities. Rest assured that we have everything under control and that the Ministry of Magic has contingency plans for this. As of this moment, I am placing the country under martial law. The riots are to stop right here and right now. If you do not stop them on your own, the American government will stop them for you. 1,830 demilitarized zone couriers. The North stormed across the border, the tanks floating above the minefields and protected by force fields. They were accompanied by helicopters, aircraft, dragons, and hundreds of other magical creatures. Within half an hour, the Korean War had resumed in earnest. 1,845 Atlantis, Dionysus nearly fainted. What? You can't be serious. The assistant nodded. I'm afraid so, sir. The leaders of China, Cuba, and Germany have fallen to the imperious curse, or Avada Kedavra. These countries possess large numbers of tactical and strategic nuclear weapons, all of which are now in the hands of Voldemort. 1/6 of the world population is controlled by Voldemort now. The Dark Lord, realizing his Horcruxes have been threatened and that his back is against the wall, has invaded South Korea to distract the Muggles. Fighting has broken out at the border and is spreading rapidly. There are rumors 25 KT Mininukes are being transported to Cuba and that a second Cuban missile crisis may be on the verge of starting up. Dionysus closed his eyes and fell to his knees. He knew what he had to do. It was the only option at this point. He just prayed that it didn't go any further. Tell everyone to gather for an emergency meeting, and including the head of the prophecy department. The assistant gasped. The prophecy department. Yes, unless I'm badly mistaken, there is now greater than a 10% chance of global thermonuclear war and the destruction of civilization. I'm going to need him to turn the key if that's the case. Turn the key? You can't be. Dionysus stared at the assistant hard. Yes, if the prophecy department confirms the 10% barrier has been breached, we're going to DEFCON 1. Pray that it doesn't get past 30%, or we're going to have another judgment day on our hands. Even I'm not sure what our responsibilities are there. I'd have to read up on it. After all, there hasn't been a judgment day for over 3,500 years. The assistant shuddered. Bud nodded. Yes, sir. Chapter 218, Bypassing the Ferdelius. Monday, June 17, 1996, 3 days to Judgment Day. 1100 Gringotts, Bankdiagon, Allerlanden, England. Times Square. Horcruxes left. 1. Cup Atlantis alert status. DEFCON 2 * warning. Major character death. The clock in the lobby hit 12:00 just as the cart with containing Snape, Dumbledore, and the rest of the group tasked with retrieving Draco returned to the lobby. The place looked as if a Muggle bomb had hit it. 2 of the apks had been destroyed, and one of them was missing. There were dead Death Eaters everywhere, and no fewer than 15 fallen goblins. The goblin who had driven the cart stared in horror at what he saw. Tears appeared momentarily on his face, followed by a mask of rage. The short little man vowed to deal justice to whoever had killed his comrades. Muggles were walking through the debris, cleaning up the mess and tending to the injured. Dumbledore headed to one of the commanders and eventually pieced out what had happened. 2 of the Muggle soldiers in their apks had apparently been Death Eaters under the Polyjuice potion. Each wizard brought out his wand and had taken control of his vehicle. One had fired upon the helicopter, which had destroyed the traitorous apk with a missile. The second apk, the one with the mortar, had then fired on the third one and destroyed it. The vehicle with the mortar had left, and the Death Eater reserves had flooded in. Some had headed down into the vaults to go defend the Horcrux. Others had taken out their rage on the goblins as they tried to secure the lobby. The Death Eaters, in turn, had been overwhelmed by Muggle soldiers, including ordinary London policemen and riot control crews, who were starting to swarm into Diagon Alley through the leaky cauldron. Men who had killed goblins with wands had eventually fallen to Muggles with guns. The battle was over, and Gringotts was secure. The question was whether McGonagall and her team would be able to beat off the surviving Death Eaters and make their way to the Horcrux, or at least hold them off long enough to get Draco down there and have him open the door. Snape, Scrimgeour, Sirius, Dumbledore, and everyone else called for Draco to come out. Everything was safe now. There was a brief hesitation, and a few moments Snape saw a familiar shock of short blonde hair. Draco Malfoy emerged from behind a shattered cabinet, terror on his face. No one, of course, realized that he was feigning all of it. Snape hurried up and spoke with him. "Draco, are you all right? Were you hurt?" Draco looked at his body. "I don't think so, Professor. Did you destroy the Horcrux?" Snape shook his head. "Not yet. There's a faint purple security field blocking the entrance to the vault, which will only allow you or your father into the vault. It appears that you will have retrieved the Horcrux yourself, bring it out of the vault, and let us destroy it. Are you up for that?" Draco hadn't seemed surprised when Snape had mentioned the security screen. That troubled him for a moment, but eventually he concluded that Draco had likely never been in a Gringotts vault before, and would have likely concluded that all of the vaults had screens like this as a matter of common sense. The blond boy nodded. "I'll try, Professor. Did you get the Death Eaters out of the way down there? I think I saw a lot of them head down in one of those carts you came up in." Snape nodded. "We're working on dealing with them as we speak. I expect that the headmistress and several other people are down there finishing them off. The coast will be clear by the time we get down there. Now come, Draco, and let's end this thing." Draco hesitated for a moment, and then he came out. The goblin took a look at Draco, nodded, and escorted them all back to the car 1108Z. Even Dumbledore couldn't help but scream when he saw the results of the battle in the vault. Every single person was dead save for Alastair Moody. The Death Eaters were lying on the floor in various positions around the room. They surrounded a second ring of bodies, consisting of many of the members of the Order of the Phoenix. McGonagall's body had no fewer than 5 dead Death Eaters surrounding it. She had either proven to be a very difficult target, or many Death Eaters wanted to get at her as a Hogwarts staff member. It looked as if many of the people had been burned to death. Someone had unleashed powerful flames in the area near the vault. Snape was about to ask Moody who it had been when he saw the huge mass in the center of the room and realized that it hadn't been a who. It had been a what? The dragon, now thankfully also dead. The purple screen still blocked entrance to the vault. Moody was staring at it in resignation and horror. Mad-Eye turned to the newcomers and explained what happened. He was badly burned, but he was still alive. The Death Eaters caught us by surprise at first, finishing off Minerva before any of us could get our bearings. Once they lost the element of surprise, they were finished. We had finished off most of the Death Eaters when, well, everything went to pot. Snape frowned. "What happened, Moody?" "The goblin who brought us down here came with clankers, noisemakers which keep the dragon under control. When he came back with us, he took the clankers with him." The goblin in question looked at the noisemakers sitting in the front seat of the vehicle and suddenly realized what had happened. He put his hands to his head. "No, great gods, no." Moody looked at the goblin sympathetically. "I'm afraid so, sir. Without the clankers to pacify the creature, the dragon turned on everybody in the room and wiped most of us out with dragon breath. I'm surprised the goblin who brought the Death Eaters didn't bring a set with him. I could have sworn there were at least 2 sets. The goblin could barely speak. He was probably imperiused by the attackers and ordered to get them down here as fast as possible. They probably didn't know enough to ask him to grab a set of clankers. The goblin began to cry. Snape, however, cut him off. My friend, you can grieve later. Now we have to finish what we've come for. Draco, if you would do the honor, step through into the vault. Let's make sure their deaths weren't in vain. Draco chuckled to himself. He'd like to see the expressions on their faces when they realized they'd been had. Squaring his shoulders, he passed through the purple field. The field disappeared behind him, allowing other people to enter the vault. Draco seemed a bit surprised by that, but he didn't say anything. Snape looked around the vault. He knew the Lestranges had been well off. However, even he hadn't realized how much clutter they had accumulated over the years. He hoped that Gringotts had given Draco an inventory when he had inherited the vault's contents. He could catalogue the vault later, however. Right now, he was focused on only one thing, the Hufflepuff cup. He looked around the room and eventually saw the cup. He reached out his hand to take hold of it. He was about to touch it when someone shone wand light into the room. Sirius' voice exclaimed, "There it is. I see it." Snape frowned. "Black, I've got it right." Then he saw something which caused his tongue to freeze to the roof of his mouth. The light from Sirius's wand was also illuminating a Hufflepuff cup. He looked around a little further and saw no fewer than 36 cups in plain sight. One of them flickered in and out, which looked like a promising candidate. Snape didn't know any spells which could do such a thing. But then again, he hadn't been as strong a wizard as Voldemort. He suspected he knew what Voldemort was trying to do. One of them was the real one. The others were traps which would probably melt people's flesh off their bones if they tried to touch them. Well, he knew a spell which would identify the real one. He lifted his wand and cast the spell which would identify the Horcrux by looking for the piece of soul inside it. Just like he had done with the Tierra 1111Z, the Horcrux wasn't there. Curses and flames, shattered chandeliers and fractured walls throughout the room which had contained the dragon. A ghost fled, screaming that the end of the world was nigh. Draco, suddenly genuinely terrified about what would happen next, bolted from the vault and headed for the cart. The purple field re-established itself as soon as he left the vault. Snape shouted at Dumbledore, "It's not there. Someone moved it. We've been had. This has all been for naught." Dumbledore's face sagged. Merlin's beard. God help us. His sentiments were echoed by virtually everyone else in the room. Snape looked at Dumbledore accusingly. "Are you sure you got the right place?" Dumbledore, oddly enough, smiled for a moment and brought out the resurrection stone. "Well, we'll find soon enough." He turned the stone 3 times over in his hand. Seconds later, an image of the late Professor Quirinius Quirrell began floating in the air next to him. Dumbledore didn't have time for chit-chat. "Quirinius, I need your guidance. You spoke with Harry Potter about the Horcruxes, did you not?" Snape looked at him nervously. "Dumbledore, who are you talking to?" Dumbledore shushed him as Quirrell responded. "Yes, Professor Dumbledore, I did. One of them, in fact, is in this vault. I take it that's why you came." Dumbledore nodded. "Precisely, Quirinius. Unfortunately, it is no longer there." Quirrell grimaced. "That's not good. That probably means Voldemort realized I knew where it was and moved it. As to who did it, I don't know. What I can assure you, however, is that Voldemort considered the Hufflepuff cup to be absolutely secure and did not warrant being moved because no one else alive knew that it was here." Dumbledore got the hint immediately. "Harry, the secret was exposed when you disclosed the locations to Harry a few months ago." "My thoughts exactly, Professor. I would check with the goblins to see who entered the vault between the time I broke the secret and today." Dumbledore nodded, thanked Quirrell, and pocketed the stone. The image of Quirrell vanished. Snape tapped his foot and then pointed at the space where Quirrell had been. "Well, what are you doing talking to thin air?" Dumbledore glared at him angrily. "I can explain this later, Severus. In the meantime, I need to talk with the goblin here. Sir, have people entered this vault a lot of late? I know it's private, but it's important. The fate of the world may lie on the answer." The goblin brought out a parchment and consulted it. He then hesitated for a second, but eventually gave in. No. According to the records, the only person to visit this vault in the past year was Draco Malfoy over there. He's certainly permitted to do so, as he owns the vault now, or at least will own it when he attains his majority. Everyone looked at Draco, who suddenly appeared nervous. Suddenly, it hit everyone. Snape pointed his wand at Draco and shouted, "Legilimens." Draco cowered in a corner as Snape read his thoughts. It only took seconds before the defense against the dark arts teacher screamed in horror. Draco's a double agent. He's been working for Voldemort the whole time. He never actually defected. Draco cringed, and the expression on the boy's face gave it away. Dumbledore began shouting at Snape to calm down. However, Snape was furious. "All right, Draco, out with it. Where is it? Answer me. If you don't, I will be forced to obtain this information by force." Draco didn't say anything. He just began sobbing in fear. Snape turned to Scrimgeour briefly, who nodded. The head of Slytherin House then cast the Imperious Curse on one of his favorite students. Draco wilted like a flower, and Snape began the investigation. "All right, Draco, I order you to tell me where it is." Draco's face was slack as he answered, "I'm afraid I'm not allowed to do so, Professor. You see, the cup's location is protected by the Fidelius Curse, and Voldemort is the secret keeper. I cannot reveal the object's location. It looks like the Dark Lord, thanks to my action as the spell's caster, will live forever after all." Scrimgeour howled in terror as Snape bored in. "All right, the cup is Fidelius, and you can't say where it is. Did you do anything else to it?" "I made it muggle-repelling, unplottable, and disillusioned. Oh, and it's in a place where there is no way you're going to find it. I'm awfully sorry." Dumbledore thought for a moment and turned to Scrimgeour. "This is a very serious problem, Rufus. As far as we can tell, there is no way even for Dialenus to extract a Fidelius secret without going through the secret keeper. I remember writing a paper myself that a complete soul is perfect for." Suddenly it hit him, complete soul. Voldemort had fragmented his soul. Several of the Horcruxes had been destroyed, which meant that he didn't have much of a soul to hide the secret in, and if the secret was too big for the soul to contain. He motioned to Snape, still unable to use wands for offensive magic while wearing the ring, and asked him to accompany Draco into the vault. Draco walked in, and the screen disappeared behind him. Dumbledore scanned through the various copies of the cup before he saw what he was looking for. One copy which looked as if it had been phasing in and out of existence. He pointed at the copy in question. Snape nodded. "I saw that as well, Professor. I can't make heads or tails out of it." Dumbledore had an awful suspicion. Severus would be so good as to cast a spell which will indicate what magic that flickering cup is using. Skeptical, Snape did so. The investigation returned a result which nearly blew everyone off their feet. Fidelius charm. Dumbledore whistled. "Well, Severus, there is still hope. Fidelius charms apparently will not work if the secret keeper has split his soul. All we have to do is look for objects which are lapsing in and out of existence." Snape groaned. "That doesn't tell us where it is, though." Sirius motioned to Snape, and they talked quietly for a second. Suddenly, both men grinned. It looked most unusual. They nodded at each other, and then Sirius asked the Draco a question. "Does this Horcrux look different at all from the duplicates? How can I identify it? What makes you think we'll never find it?" Draco's Imperious response was drowned out by a loud legilimens from Snape. The rest of the assault team looked at the two of them, baffled for a second. Suddenly, Snape chuckled and said, "I know where it is. It's underwater in the lake near Hogwarts. That's all I can tell, however. I can't tell exactly where in the lake it is." Draco gasped in horror, a reaction which was tantamount to a confirmation. Scrimgeour whistled. "Wow, how did you do that? Had the secret phased in at the time?" Snape shook his head. "No, Minister. The key is that I used legerdemains to extract the image of the cup in context from his mind. The image does not necessarily betray the exact location, so it's fair game. However, I saw Draco's mind wander from Hogwarts underwater to the cup as he was trying to answer Black's question. He was also not forced to speak the secret, which may have helped bypass the Fidelius. Dumbledore laughed. Well, Severus, how ingenious. You're lucky he fell for it, though. I doubt that fully trained wizards would have been fooled by this. Sirius answered with one sentence, a Muggle expression he'd heard in HMSS. Don't think of a pink elephant. 10 minutes later, Draco's memories of the interrogation had been obliviated, and the assault team was returning to the surface with the bodies and the approximate location of the Horcrux. The whole operation had taken less than an hour. To be continued. Chapter 219, Alvin and the Horcrux. Tuesday, June 18, 1996, 2 days to Judgment Day 0045 Zichinese Air Base Location, Classified People's Republic of China Horcruxes left. 1. Cup Atlantis Alert Status. DEFCON 1, 10% chance of end of civilization. Atlantis now on war footing. Kuan Yin Su stared at the message in disbelief. Is he out of his mind? We can't get involved here, as it will just escalate the crisis further. Yuan Yu grunted. I fully agree that it's a ridiculous idea. Nevertheless, we have our orders. North Korea and the People's Republic of China are both communist nations, and it is incumbent for the two of us to join forces against the capitalists. Kuan Yin Su stuffed the note back in his pocket and shook his head. Who was the idiot who decided on this tactic? Rumor has it that it came all the way from the top. I wouldn't be surprised. The president has been acting strange over the past few days. He seems to be completely caught up with trying to support North Korea. Yuan Yu swore and reached for the pre-flight checklist. I sure as hell hope the United States and Taiwan don't get involved, or there will be hell to pay. 0135Z Northern South Korea. Choi Sung-young's neighbor was screaming in her ear. They're coming. They're coming. We've got to get out of here. She didn't need to be told twice. Screaming for her husband and her 6-year-old son, she told them to get on bicycles and start moving. No, they didn't have time to pack anything other than a few emergency supplies. Spending a valuable 5 minutes to make sure everyone was all set, they all pedaled out into the street, away from the border. Her husband turned to her. Where are we going? She shrugged. Beats the hell out of me. All I can recommend is to go south and then try to find a small village which is out of the way of the main North Korean attack. Her husband's response was interrupted by a sonic boom. Startled, everyone looked up and saw a fighter plane zooming across the sky. Judging from the craft's configuration and paint job, it looked Chinese. 0430Z Gulliver Gulliver Consortium Pacific Ocean. Prime Minister Taladin of Brobdingnag jerked his head up in surprise and almost immediately began swearing as his head hit the ceiling. Rubbing it, he composed himself and turned to Premier Jinter of the Gulliver Consortium. What? You've got to be kidding. Jinter nodded gravely. You heard me correctly, Prime Minister. We've just received word from Atlantis. Atlantis has gone to DEFCON 1. Utler Roman III put his hand on his head in disbelief. DEFCON 1? That's ridiculous. What the hell is going on over there? A dark wizard named Voldemort is trying to take over the world now that the Statute of Secrecy has been revoked. He's already got control of China and is using Chinese resources to assist him in this endeavor. Panic is slowly spreading throughout the Muggle community. War has broken out in Eastern Asia. Queen Lysith Roman II of Lilliput fluttered her wings nervously. We'll be safe over here, right? Muggles don't know we exist. Jinter gritted his teeth. I wouldn't be so certain, Your Majesty. Atlantis cannot invoke DEFCON 1 unless there is a 1 in 10 chance of the destruction of human civilization. The protocols forbid it, and the order to advance to DEFCON 1 must be countersigned by the head of the prophecy department. We're human, so we will likely also be at risk. This is a distinct possibility now that Muggles have developed nuclear weapons. President Nihim of Howianum kicked his rear legs in irritation. What about us centaurs? I don't know, Mr. President. I suspect that anything catastrophic enough to destroy all human life will threaten the centaurs as well. There was silence for a few minutes. Finally, Nihim nodded. This is Gulliver's work, I'm sure of it. No one could argue with that. 0900's West Bank, the wizard counted down as the sheik waited expectantly. 3, 2, 1, 0. Nothing happened for a few moments. Suddenly, a small earthquake shook the ground under the tent. The wizard smiled. Underground test detonation of 25 KT mini-nuke successful. I'd like to see the Zionists try to mess with us now. 0906Z Jerusalem, Benjamin Netanyahu read the report. No. Shimon Peres nodded. I'm afraid so, Bibi. Hamas wizards have just successfully detonated a 25 KT nuke underground. I'd recommend that we detonate one of our own underground, preferably of similar yield, to remind them that we will be ready to retaliate in kind if Hamas gets too cocky. Netanyahu looked out the window. I don't like it, Shimon. Peres threw up his hands. What do you expect us to do? Wait for them to blow up Tel Aviv? Netanyahu hesitated a moment, and then his shoulders slumped. Fine, do it. 25 KT only. Make sure that it's far enough underground to not harm any Israeli or Palestinian civilians or pollute any aquifers with fallout. And make sure that word of these nuclear tests doesn't make it onto the goddamn internet. Soldiers saluted and ran off, leaving Peres and Netanyahu alone. Peres hesitated for a few moments and then said, I must say, in retrospect, I should have been grateful you took over before all the shit hit the fan. 1000 Jed Beit Din Jewish Religious Court, Jerusalem. Cameras flashed as the head rabbi issued the report. It is the ruling of this court that the date corresponding to June 21st, 1 week after the attack on the Western Wall, shall be a minor Jewish fast day, from sunup to sundown. I encourage all of the Jews in the world to take at least some time on that day to pray, and if possible, fast. The news of the fast day spread quickly. By the end of the day, the Dalai Lama, both popes, and the Kohen Gadol had signed on. For the first time in history, one religion's custom would be observed by all faiths around the world. 1432 Oval Office White House. Clinton nearly fainted when he heard the report, both from shock and from the lack of sleep. Bleary-eyed, he turned to the messenger. This can't be right. At least I hope it isn't. The messenger shook his head. I'm afraid it's not, Mr. President. There are rumors that wizards in Cuba are preparing 25 KT mini-nukes similar to those used by Al-Qaeda, Voldemort, and Hamas. I think this confirms our earlier report that Castro has been imperiused and Cuba has fallen to Voldemort. Clinton took a deep breath. This is the Cuban Missile Crisis all over again. Except this time, we've got an absolute maniac controlling the nukes. That's what it seems like, sir. Clinton tried to think of what to do. He didn't like his options. However, he had to do something. Scratching his head, he turned to the messenger. Contact the Secretary of Defense. Have him come here within the hour. The messenger saluted and left. Clinton was going to recommend that one of the Air Force bases in Miami perform a surgical strike, using conventional weapons only, against any locations which could be harboring wizards. Clinton was not going to use nukes as first strike weapon if he could help it. If, on the other hand, those little nukes started going off in American cities. Radner had told him that the Portkey barrier was up. He just hoped that it went all around the country and included out-of-the-way places like Florida. 1601 Zalax a mask. The sheik turned to the man walking out the door and looked at him in surprise. Where the hell are you going? The Muslims for Humans man turned back to look at him. I'm a Saudi soldier, sheik. My unit has just been mobilized to head to North Korea to deal with Voldemort. I'm sorry, but I have my orders, and Voldemort is precisely the type of person Muslims for humans has vowed to destroy. The sheik got up and shook the soldier's hand. May Allah go with you, my friend. He certainly favors you given your success with Muslims for humans. 1630 Z Ministry of Magic London, England. Rufus Scrimgeour breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Dumbledore and nodded. All right, we've just gotten word from Nigel Marcellus. We've got ourselves a submersible equipped with the necessary cameras. Meet us at the lake in half an hour. 1706 Hogsmeade. The mayor of Hogsmeade couldn't figure out which was a more incredible sight: the huge Muggle contraptions flying through the air, or the row of blue-robed Atlantean wizards on the other side of the lake. He had learned about Atlantis 50 years ago when he had been a student at Hogwarts. He didn't know much about it, primarily because the teacher himself knew very little about it. For most wizards in the United Kingdom, Atlantis was just the home of a nebulous organization which served the head of the International Confederation of Wizards. Although the head mugwump technically did have the power to intervene in national affairs, there had been no Atlantean interference for over 600 years. There were legends running around that the reappearance of the Atlantean wizards would herald the end of the world. As a child, he had scoffed at the stories linking Atlantis to Armageddon. However, he could not help but admit that the arrival of the Atlanteans at this point in history couldn't be a good sign. Each Atlantean was surrounded by a shimmering white sphere of invulnerability. According to the document he had been handed, the spheres were generated by special Atlantean rings, which could only be worn when the Grand Mugwump had declared an alert level of DEFCON 2 or higher. At DEFCON 2, the spheres were transparent. At DEFCON 1, the spheres were translucent and visible to wizards, but not to Muggles. No one knew what the spheres would look like if Dionysus ever declared Judgment Day. Most of the records had long since been lost, or at least had been classified as top secret by the Iqua. The mayor admitted to himself that he would rather never have to find out what the spheres looked like on Judgment Day. At present, the Atlanteans were all watching two Muggle vehicles hovering in midair. The mayor recognized one of them as a large helicopter with two sets of rotating blades on top. The British wizarding community had been exposed to helicopters at least twice already, once during Flying House and once during what was colloquially being called Ragnarok in Diagon Alley. Many wizards were more familiar with helicopters than they were with ordinary airplanes. The second object hovering in midair was neither a helicopter nor an aircraft. It took a while for the mayor to realize that the helicopter was actually towing the object underneath it to its destination, which appeared to be the lake. The object was red and white and looked to be a cross between a small boat and an upside-down mushroom. There were odd cylinders which looked like cameras all over the surface, and two metallic arms which looked like claws protruded from its front. Mounted above the arms was a small, round glass window, which looked like a big eye. The top of the vehicle, the red part, had the word Alvin written on it in white letters. The mayor frowned. Was it actually a living being named Alvin created by the Muggles? He doubted it, but then again, how would he know? He didn't know much about Muggles. Curious, he watched across the lake with a large number of other Hogsmeade residents. The Muggle commander gestured wildly at the helicopter as it slowly lowered the submersible to the surface of the lake. Normally, the submersible would be transported to the dive site on a boat. This particular dive, however, would be into a lake with no navigable access to the ocean. As a result, deployment would be much more difficult. Finally, after a good 5 minutes, the submersible splashed into the water. Guns came out everywhere when merpeople suddenly started swarming around it. However, Dumbledore told all the Muggles to stand down, as the merpeople were normally peaceful people. A few minutes went by, and eventually the merchieftainess stuck her head out of the water. She immediately swam over to Dumbledore and got out of the water. Ignoring the Muggles frantically taking pictures of her, she thrust a webbed finger out at Alvin and glared at the former headmaster. "What the hell is that?" And who are all these people? Dumbledore tried to explain. Your Majesty, this is a Muggle underwater ship which can be used to search for objects in the lake. We have reason to believe that one of Voldemort's Horcruxes is in the lake, and the Muggles have generously allowed us to borrow this ship so we can look for the Horcrux. The Merchieftainess looked at the sub warily. What do you need a ship for? You could have asked us. We can't stand Voldemort either, and we want to help. Dumbledore shook his head. It's not that simple. Muggle technology must be used to find this object. You see, it's under a disillusionment charm, which, as you know, makes the object invisible to the view of living creatures. The Merchieftainess thought for a moment. Living creatures? Are you telling me that Muggle machines like this one will be able to view the object when we can't? That is correct, Your Majesty. Whoever invented the disillusionment charm never thought that it would have to deal with machines looking for an object. The Merchieftainess nodded. In that case, I'll leave you alone. Don't hesitate to ask if you need any help. And with that, the mermaid dove back beneath the surface, leaving excited Muggles pointing at where she had submerged. Dumbledore had a troubling suspicion that people would start swarming to Hogsmeade to try to speak with the mermaids. He would have to do something to prevent that. The mermaids didn't like interacting with air breathers much, and they deserved their privacy. A few feet away, the Muggle commander ordered the helicopter to release the cables connecting the sub to the chopper. The helicopter complied, leaving Alvin floating in the waves. It then flew off to the side and promptly found itself trying to keep curious wizards away from it. Seeing everything in order, the Muggle turned to Dumbledore. Well, I think we're all set. The sub is ready for use. How exactly are we going to go about doing this? Dumbledore gestured to Sirius, and the HMSS Wizard came over. How many people will fit in this submarine? Would it be possible for this man and I to accompany you into the lake? The commander looked at the two men and nodded. It may be a little cramped, but I think it will be all right. Good, you're telling me that you have a metal detector on board. Would it be able to find an object made of gold? I think so. Why? Excellent. Here is your mission. We're going to go down into the lake with you and see if we can use this detector to find a golden cup hidden in the lake. The Muggle stared at him. Someone lost an heirloom or something like that. Dumbledore and Sirius looked at each other and tried to think of how to explain this. Eventually, Sirius answered, Yes, Commander. The object in question is a relic of the school, once owned by Hogwarts founder Helga Hufflepuff. We need to get it back. The commander shrugged. Shouldn't be hard. I think we'll be able to do it ourselves. Dumbledore shook his head. Unfortunately, that is not the case. First, you are a Muggle. You will not be able to see it because it has a charm cast upon it which will make it invisible to Muggles. All you will be able to do is pilot the submersible to the location and send up a buoy to mark it. We'll handle it from there. Do you think you can do that? The commander shrugged. Shouldn't be a problem. Let's go. Minus 1,732 Z 100 feet down, Dumbledore and Sirius looked with amazement at the wide variety of life teeming in the lake. Very few of the wizards had explored the lake in depth, and certainly none as much as Harry Potter had when he had participated in the Triwizard Tournament. Fish sparkled by in various colors, including a few magical eels and so forth. They found it difficult to focus on the task at hand. They were nearing the bottom of the lake. They had contacted the Merchieftainess one last time and warned all of the merpeople to put their hands over their ears as the Muggles' sonar pings could be loud. Dumbledore turned to the pilot. All right, turn on the metal detector. Let's look for some gold. The Muggle complied and flicked a switch, and a loud cacophony of pings bounced back. Sirius was surprised for a moment until Dumbledore explained. They're reflecting off metal artifacts used by the merpeople. Change the settings in your computer to weed out all signals which have a constant period and don't phase in or out. The Muggle complied and worked on the console. Nothing happened for several minutes. Then 3 faint pings echoed through the hull roughly 1 second apart. There was a delay of about 30 seconds, followed by a couple of more pings separated by 1 second. The pilot grunted. "That's odd. I've never heard of anything doing that before. 1 second between the pings indicates that it's maybe a couple of 100 feet away, which is plausible in a lake this size. What doesn't make sense is how it keeps on appearing and disappearing." Sirius explained. "The object has a magical spell cast on it, which would have normally prevented even the machines from sensing it. It's called the Fidelius charm. However, there was a problem using the Fidelius in these circumstances, which made it so the cup is phasing in and out of existence. Sometimes we can see it, sometimes we can't." The pings resumed, and the Muggle turned to the radar screen. "I don't see it, which is kind of odd." Dumbledore answered that. "It's unplottable. It will not appear on maps. You will have navigate to it without using maps. Can it be done?" The pilot nodded. "I think so. It will be cumbersome, but I think we can handle it. Watch and learn." The pilot then proceeded to move Alvin a few dozen feet in all 3 dimensions: north-south, east-right, and up-down. He then analyzed the changes in the intervals between the pings to determine if he was getting closer to, or further away, from the source after each motion. It took a while for enough pings to bounce back to get good estimates of the distance, but eventually they had identified a tentative location. Not surprisingly, the triangulation indicated a position on the bottom of the lake. The water was getting dark, both due to the setting sun and to the depth, as they closed in on the target. The intervals between the pings, which kept on phasing in and out, dropped from 1 second to half a second, then a quarter of a second, then further still. Eventually, the pings were blending into one continuous stream. Sirius put his hand on the pilot's shoulder. "Turn on the floodlights." The pilot flicked a switch and illuminated the scene in front of the submersible. The vessel was hovering just above the bottom and traveling very slowly. Finally, they reached the target coordinates. No one could see anything, of course, as the disillusionment charm prevented it. However, they now knew where it was. All the wizards needed to do now was send someone down there to cast Finite on the area where they thought the cup would be. Both Dumbledore and Sirius knew who that would be. He'd done it once, and he could do it again. 1904Z, Harry Potter. With a wrapped basilisk fang, the Order had picked up in Diagon Alley in one pocket and an extra supply of gillyweed in the other, headed for the buoy bobbing out in the middle of the lake. By the time he reached it and started heading down the cable tethering the buoy to the surface, it was getting dark. Eventually, the only light he could see came from the submersible's floodlights down at the bottom. Harry waved at the people in the submersible and waited for them to signal that the half-broken Fidelius charm had phased the cup back into existence again. When Dumbledore gave it, he pointed his wand at the lake bed and shouted, "Finite." There was a brief burst of light. It faded away to reveal the Hufflepuff cup lying in the sand, half buried. Next to it appeared to be a duplicate of the Ravenclaw tiara, which was at this point absolutely useless. They had caught a bit of a break. Apparently the spell had knocked out both the Fidelius charm and the disillusionment charm at the same time. This rendered the cup permanently visible to Harry. He looked into the submarine and saw Sirius and Dumbledore cheering. Even the Muggle was pointing at the cup, which was evidence that the Muggle-repelling spell had also been destroyed. Slowly and methodically, he unwrapped the basilisk fang. He glanced at the people inside the submersible. A camera was rolling, and all 3 men were on their feet. 1937Z. Anastasio's Dialonis watched the scene expectantly from Atlantis. Thousands of miles away, Travis Radner watched with Bill Clinton from the White House. Rufus Scrimgeour and the rest of Hogsmeade were observing from the Hogsmeade Town Hall. Bill Clinton, eyes glued to the television set, had the head of the North Korean assault force on the phone. "Stand by, stand by." The Alvin footage was being broadcast all around the world. People dropped everything to see what was going on. Isaac Sanders interrupted his class in Prescott. People stood at attention in Times Square. Workers at the DeLorean headquarters paused work on their chrononauts to watch. Eric Street postponed a service he had agreed to provide. Rioters in Memphis dropped their weapons to stare into screens in a Radio Shack. They all watched as a 15-year-old boy slammed the basilisk fang into the cup. There was a brief flare of green, and then the cup shattered into fragments. Clinton screamed, "Go!" into the telephone. His command was repeated all over the world as other national leaders relayed the news to their soldiers. Voldemort was mortal once more. The last battle had begun. Chapter 220, The Basis for the Story of Noah. Wednesday, June 19, 1996. One day to Judgment Day 0403, Z Grand Mugwump's office Atlantis Horcruxes left. 0 Atlantis alert status. DEFCON 1, it took Dialinus a long time to find it. However, he eventually uncovered it after a good half-day of searching. The documentary had been hidden in an old storage room for the simple reason that no one ever thought that they would ever have to deal with a Judgment Day scenario again. Finding the document was one thing. Translating the ancient language into comprehensible Latin was another, and making sure that the ancient parchment didn't disintegrate was yet another. However, he had eventually managed to pull it off. The first thing he would do after reading this was translate the document into Greek so that future mugwumps would not have to jump through hoops to understand what it was saying. Furthermore, if he considered the information safe enough to be relayed to the Muggles after all, it discussed a historical event which took place over 4,000 years ago, which had long since been forgotten. He would inform historians, so it could be included in Muggle history books. A note next to the document claimed that it dated from around 2200 BC, about the time of the first Judgment Day. First things first, however, he had to read it. After all, this was the only surviving document of one of the two previous Judgment Days. He might have to refer to this in case he were forced to call a third. I, Grand Mugwump Nohapishtin, have written this document to preserve, for all history, a documentary of the terrible events which have taken place over the past few years. At present, I have no idea if the human race will survive the cataclysm which has just befallen the world. The prophets and seers are divided about this, and some of them bluntly state that the disaster will likely spell the end of all life. I offered sacrifices to Ptah, Ra, and virtually all of the other gods, and asked them for protection and advice. Yet they never answered my pleas. Have we angered them? Did they choose to destroy our world because of our corruption and sins? It pains me to think that. And if that is the case, even my Judgment Day declaration may not be enough to save us. I have no idea who you are, dear reader, or whether there will ever be a reader at all. However, as the Pharaoh says, as long as you are alive, there is still a chance, and panicking will just make the matter worse. The cataclysm began a few years ago, when the Pharaoh's power was at its height. He had presided over our land for what appeared to be an eternity, and people actually began to believe that he could actually be a god. Needless to say, people actually thinking that you are a god tends to cause people to become overly proud and arrogant. This pride and arrogance may have led to our downfall. The king of Egypt is supposed to maintain order and be just. That is the decree of Mad, the contract with the gods. Anyone who violates it risks their displeasure, and quite possibly wrath. The first signs came when stars began falling from the sky. The astrologers studied these events carefully and concluded that this was an evil omen. The pharaoh did what he could to placate the gods, but the gods had apparently already decided our fate. The falling stars became brighter, larger, and more numerous. People began to panic, and anarchy began to spread throughout the land. Fields were uncultivated, and the inundation of the Nile came and went without harvesting any crops. The pharaoh tried to calm the people, but nothing he could do could stop the chaos. The man who thought he was a god was shown, for the first and last time, that he was not. A few weeks before the hammer of Ra appeared, My astrologers informed me that a great doom would soon strike our civilization, and that it was quite likely that Egypt, and perhaps the known world, would be destroyed. The prophecies mentioned stories of great floods and prolonged periods of darkness. At first, I couldn't believe it. However, I read the prophecies myself. What I saw chilled me to the bone. I realized that I had to act. As a result, I ordered Atlantis to alert level 1, stopping short of Judgment Day, and told everyone to listen as the astrologers made their recommendations. The astrologers explained to the people of Atlantis and to the pharaoh that the entire world as we knew it would be subject to a great flood. They recommended that all nations build boats and sail into the Great Sea away from the coastline. Those who sailed into the sea would be spared. Those who stayed behind would be drowned by a wall of water hundreds of cubits high, which would cover the land and destroy all life. The pharaoh, of course, secure in his power, scoffed at us and didn't believe this. I begged him to reconsider, but he refused and continued with life as usual, consorting with women and eating fine delicacies. Horrified, I soon realized that if the most powerful Muggle in the world would not be able to save humanity, it would be up to me. I summoned all of the wizards and told them to construct 3 large ships, the Shim, Han, and Iavit. These boats were using the most sophisticated magic known to Atlantis and were thousands of cubits long. Even I was staggered by the immensity of these ships, and was concerned for a moment that the wizard who created them was also suffering from overweening pride, and that using the ships would doom us further. The foreman of the construction project, however, assured me that he had spoken with the astrologers and done exactly what they recommended. Each of these ships could hold 8,000 people and supplies for 2 years. If we ever ran out of supplies, we could just duplicate more. It soon became obvious that these ships were intended to ride out the flood, and soon other nations began building their own boats. The nomadic tribes around us were in awe of the ships and asked what they were for. Although we tried to explain the danger to the nomads, the pharaoh was haughty and said that the wizards were just trying to boast how powerful they were and that there was nothing to worry about. The nomads were frightened by the pharaoh's demeanor and eventually decided not to board the boats. The astrologers warned us that if we had to board the boats, we would need a sign from above. That sign came a few weeks later in the form of the Hammer of Ra. The falling stars, which had gotten more numerous over the weeks, were suddenly blasted out of the sky by a huge ball of fire the size of a mountain. The fire was far away and falling very quickly. It made the sound of thunder as descended through the air and fell below the edge of the world, past the western sea. The sound knocked over buildings and killed people all by itself. The fire was so large and so hot that people who did not seek shelter quickly were burned by it, even though it was far, far away. People panicked at the sight of the Hammer of Ra even further. We exhorted them to get on the boat. Some of them did, but others did not. Horrified, I realized that I would need to invoke the Judgment Day protocol to save all these people. After confirming with the astrologers that the conditions for Judgment Day 1 in 3 chance of the end of civilization had been met, I brought out the time turners, handed them to the wizards, and chose the instant the Hammer of Ra hit the horizon as time 0. Using the time turners, the wizards visited every single family in Egypt and the surrounding countries in 1 instant. Overcoming their reluctance to wield magic against Muggles, they took the Muggles and brought them over to the boats using side-along apparition. Thanks to the Judgment Day protocol, the Hammer of Ra struck the earth with 25,000 people on the boats instead of 200. Dialonis nearly dropped the document in shock. The man was describing something which sounded uncannily like an asteroid impact, where the main projectile was embedded in a swarm of smaller rocks which burned up in the atmosphere. What's more, he recognized the Mugwump's name as being the ancestor of the names Noah and Utnapishtim, and the names of the boats looking a lot like the names of Noah's children. It soon dawned on him that he was reading an eyewitness account of the legend which had been passed down over the years as the story of Noah's Ark. He read on. Once the boats were filled with people, I ordered them all into the harbor and propelled them with magical speed away from the shore. At first, nothing happened. Then the sun rose over the western horizon, and the people screamed with dread. It was accompanied by a crown of smoke and fire, which seemed to grow at every moment. The king of the gods had come to earth to deal justice to the wicked. The fire of the gods threatened to burn down our ships, but I ordered the wizards to raise shields against it. Diolanus thought about this and soon realized that the writer was writing about the actual impact of the asteroid. Rocks and steam had been sprayed out of the crater. Presumably, this was an ocean strike and begun to shoot into the atmosphere. A huge fireball had erupted from the crater this western sun and would have burned the ships to bits had it not been for the magical protection. Suddenly, it occurred to him. Ocean impact. Egypt's on the water, and the Mediterranean had an outlet to the Atlantic. If it fell in the Atlantic or in the Mediterranean with nothing to block a tsunami, he had an awful feeling what was going to happen next. Who would have thought that the Great Flood had actually been an impact tsunami? The writer, as it turned out, didn't disappoint him. Moments later, a great wave approached the ships. The wave was traveling very fast and was a good 30 cubits high. It was also as long as Egypt. A wave of this size could only be created by a god. It passed under our ships, and the ships shook like leaves. The astrologers told us that this wave had spared us, but would destroy all civilization. Diolanus started to weep. A tsunami would have a long wavelength, much longer than an ordinary wave. Normally, in deep water, the wave would be spread out across the ocean's surface and would not reach unusual heights. However, as it approached the shore, the front end would slow down in the shallow water and allow the rest of the wave to pile up on top of it, creating a tremendous wave capable of destroying coastlines. Considering that Egypt was probably the main civilization known to Atlantis at the time and that it was on the coast, he wondered if the author would go back to the mainland and find the land completely wrecked. He thought a little about ancient history and realized that this letter had been written around the beginning of the first intermediate period in Egyptian history. This was a period of great decline for Egypt, when there was a lot of chaos and no one was entirely certain what happened. Diolanus soon realized that an impact event followed by terrible climate changes could bring any society to ruin. How big was the object that had hit? It couldn't be something the size of the dinosaur killer, 10 kilometers or so, because that would probably wipe out all civilization regardless of what the wizards did. However, if it was 1 kilometer across or so, even an ancient civilization might have a chance if it had wizards working for it. The eyewitness account continued with what could be nothing other than the ship encountering impact ejector. There was then a terrifying shock, wave, and noise, and the eye of it began to take on water. Ra's crown then approached us, and rock and ash fell out of the sky. We all went below decks and listened to stones striking the hull. Apparently Ra was not done with us yet, and he had decided to besiege us. We stayed below decks for a long time, 40 days and 40 nights. Eventually, the rocks stopped falling, and we came out to see what had happened. The eye of it had been sunk, and we all grieved for the fallen. Praying that there were more people to save, we returned to Egypt to salvage what we could. Egypt had been completely destroyed. The flood had come just as the astrologers had predicted and wiped out the entire coastline. Not a building was left standing, and everyone was dead. Ra had had his revenge. The pharaoh, of course, had been one of the first to fall. Yet Ra was still not done with us. He hid himself from us for a year. The air grew cold, and many crops died. We barely managed to survive on the remaining 2 boats. The astrologers had predicted darkness, and that is exactly what transpired. Impact winter, Diolanus thought. It soon became clear to us that we may very well be the only people left in the world. Would Ra attack us once again, or would he repopulate the world through us? We were all distraught at this, wailed in grief, dressed in sackcloth, and tried to numb ourselves with alcohol. What were we to do? Life on the boats became difficult, and people began to fight for food. However, the guards in the end were merciful. Just when things began to get of hand, Ra allowed his light to shine on us again and led us to a safe harbor. We beached the 2 remaining boats. I called the place Aden, planted an orchard to feed the people, and told everyone to go forth and repopulate the land. The survivors praised the guards for their mercy and built a great tower in their honor. Once the tower was complete and the sacrifices had been performed, the people made their departures into a brave new world. I returned to Atlantis to do what I could to watch over them. I do not know if we will survive this ordeal. If a living person is reading this, you should contact me in Sheol and tell me so I can rest in peace. Your obedient servant. Nohapishtingrand, Mugwump. Dialonis was shaking violently when he reached the end of the letter. Eden, or, as Nohapishtin had called it, Aden had come from the legends passed down from the first Judgment Day, complete with its garden. Noah and the deluge, including Noah's bout of drunkenness. The Tower of Babel, and the dispersal of mankind. Hell, this could explain the flood stories in places like the Americas as well. If the asteroid hit in the eastern Atlantic and managed to inundate the east coast of the Americas with the tsunami, the world would have to know about this if it survived. It was Dialonis's responsibility to ensure that it did. 0526 Z Grand Mugwumps Office Atlantis. Rodrigo Calderon, the Spanish Minister of Magic, had to jump out of the way as Dialonis marched out of his office with a look of implacable determination on his face. It was clear that Dialonis had made up his mind. Had Calderon stayed where he had been, the Greek wizard would have likely walked right through him. Calderon raised an eyebrow. "Sir, has something come up?" Dialonis nodded. "Yes, Minister Calderon. We have some work to do. Finish gathering all of the wizards in the conference room, and while you're at it, see if you can get astrologer Benevento away from his prophecies long enough to meet with me." Calderon stared at him. "Are you thinking what I think you're thinking? Do you really think it's going to go all the way? I mean, we haven't had a judgment day in over 3,600 years. Dialonis stared daggers at him. "We haven't had nuclear weapons before. Samuel was right when he warned the Pope and Suleiman about the dangers of having intelligence without wisdom. The human race has achieved great advances in technology and magic, yet it does not have the maturity to ensure that these tools only be used for peaceful purposes." Calderon stiffened slightly. "But look what technology has done. It's given us increased lifespans, greater prosperity, ease of travel." Dialonis cut him off mid-sentence. "Which won't do us much good if we blow ourselves up before we can use them. Now move it." Calderon knew when to pick his battles. No one dared confront Dialonis when he was like this. Backing off a step, he saluted and headed off. -0930, Zalqaida base, 20 miles outside Havana, Cuba. The missiles and fighter jets screamed in out of nowhere, bombarding the base and sending the Death Eaters flying. To their credit, the wizards did manage an adequate defense, considering that they were still half asleep. A couple of yellow beams took down 2 of the planes, and someone had the presence of mind to put up a big shield around the base. "So much for the Fidelius charm," one of them commented. If they already knew where the base was, trying to make it a secret wouldn't do much good. The big question was which agent had been stupid enough to reveal the information to a stranger. The shield worked well for about 5 minutes. That was when someone wearing a blue robe and encased in a bubble of translucent light stuck his head out of a helicopter and fired a spell at the shield. The shield went down, and the Death Eaters swore. Someone shot a spell back at the wizard, but it just bounced off the shield. "Crap," the Death Eater thought. "Atlantis is getting involved. This is bad." Well, there was more than one way to deal with an Atlantean. He ordered one of his men to hex the helicopter with a petrificus totalis. Getting into position so that the beam wouldn't hit the Atlantean's shield, The spell hit home and caused the rotors to stop turning. The helicopter fell from the sky like a brick. The Atlantean managed to apparate away just before the aircraft hit the ground and burst into flames. The Death Eater's jubilation was short-lived, however, as he soon heard a shriek behind him. He spun to see the Atlantean firing his wand at virtually everything he could find. The Death Eater's colleagues naturally tried to retaliate, but everything just bounced off the shield. The Death Eater didn't panic, however. Atlantis wizards may be powerful, but he doubted that those damned spheres of theirs would keep out something the size of a 25 kT nuclear explosion. He told one of his colleagues to toss him one of the small balls of uranium. The man threw it over, and the Death Eater caught it like a major league outfielder. He then told everyone else to get the hell out of there so that he could do what he had to do. The roof of the building exploded, and the Death Eater took the opportunity to duck underneath a desk. The Atlantean lost sight of him momentarily in the smoke from the missile strike, which was a fortunate accident as it gave the remaining Death Eaters a chance to apparate away. The smoke cleared in time for the Atlantean to see the Death Eater standing in front of a large ball of metal hovering in midair. Realizing what was going on, he aimed his most powerful spell at the ball. The Death Eater, expecting this, stood his ground in front of the ball, allowing himself to be destroyed. Furious, the Atlantean prepared another spell to finish off the ball of uranium. He never got a chance to cast it. -0938 Z Guantanamo Bay Scuba, Levi Ogden saw the mushroom cloud towering over the western horizon. Oh, he thought. This couldn't be good. -0942 Z Norad Chain Mountain Weaming. A Bradley ship stared at the computer readout again. Not another one. And was he imagining something, or had this gone off very near Havana? -0943 Z Moscow, Russia. Fidel Castro stared in shock at the mushroom cloud clearly visible in the direction of the Al-Qaeda base. Something snapped in him, and his face twisted in determination. Voldemort had to die. No one detonated nuclear weapons on Cuban soil. Thank God it wasn't the Americans. The Americans had warned him that they would be attacking the base, and that was exactly where they attacked. He focused his anger into a pinpoint and tried his hardest to re-establish control over his mind. He jumped for joy as the imperious curse lost its grip on him. He summoned his troops as quickly as he could, told them to suit up with radiation suits, and ordered them to take out the Death Eaters on his island, or else. -0945 Z Moscow, Russia. Boris Yeltsin stared at the emissary. There's been a nuclear explosion outside Havana. The emissary nodded. Yes, sir, 25 KT. It's about the size of the weapons used by Al-Qaeda and Hamas. Yeltsin swore. I sure as hell hope it's not the Americans. Didn't Clinton warn us they were going to raid the Al-Qaeda base there? Correct, sir. However, I suspect it wasn't the Americans, sir. For one thing, they didn't attack Havana. They attacked the location of the base. Furthermore, I highly doubt that the Americans would use nuclear weapons on Cuba. The whole world would likely blow up if America tried to use nukes as a first strike weapon. Finally, it's fairly obvious that Castro has been ensorcelled and the country has fallen to Voldemort. I wouldn't be surprised if the Cuban troops and Americans participated in a joint operation here to oust Voldemort's men. Yeltsin nodded. Why did this happen? How did this happen? Come to think of it, how could this happen? Cuba doesn't have nukes, and like you said, America wouldn't use nukes against Cuba. Correct, sir, and it supports the hypothesis that Al-Qaeda was behind it. My guess, sir, is that the wizards found themselves overwhelmed by American air strength and found themselves in a position where it was obvious they were going to die anyway. If that was the case, why not take out the enemy with you? Make it a suicide attack, as it were. Yeltsin thought for a moment. I agree. Tell the various air bases to get on alert. We're going to go after Voldemort as soon as possible. No one is to retaliate with nuclear weapons this close to America. Do you hear me? No one is to use nukes. -0946 Oval Office White House. Bill Clinton put his head on his desk and yanked it up immediately lest he fall asleep. What the hell was he supposed to do now? He had promised to respond to attacks to Cuba in kind. This would imply that he was to strike a military target in a place far away from civilians with a 25 KT nuke. He asked the generals to try to find a Death Eater target which would fit this description and could be enclosed in a force field which would prevent the Death Eaters from escaping. The attackers were to use conventional weapons, and only conventional weapons. The nuke was to only be used if nuclear weapons were used once again against American units. 1112 Atlantis. Astrologer Joe Benevento pointed at the document. This is the current estimate for the destruction of civilization, Grand Mugwump. As you know, we passed 10% the other day. With the explosion outside of Havana taken into the equation, we are now at 14% and climbing. Atlantis shuddered. What's the limit to activate Judgment Day? 30%, sir. Christ almighty, keep me posted. Yes, sir. Atlantis bowed, and the astrologer bowed and left the room. Visions of falling stars burst in his head. Ra could use a nuclear weapon as a hammer as easily as an asteroid. 1321 Pyongyang Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Sirius Black had to hide behind a wall. Things weren't looking good. The coalition had amassed a tremendous force, hundreds of wizards in his platoon alone. However, they were facing not only a good half of the North Korean army, the second half was busy entertaining the South Koreans, but several Chinese units as well. The North Korean planes and tanks were bad enough by themselves. Add China's better technology, and things became an issue. The South had not yet declared war against China. They were hoping against hope that China would realize that interfering in the Second Korean War would likely cause the conflict to escalate. Sirius suspected that Voldemort had imperieused the Chinese president. The premier's behavior had changed drastically. Suddenly, there were several flashes of light. They faded away to reveal several people wearing blue robes and wearing great serpent rings. The cavalry had arrived. There weren't many Atlanteans available for combat, but those that were would be invincible. At the very least, the Atlanteans would at least help the coalition battle Voldemort to a stalemate. He looked to the west, towards his home country of England. Where was that blasted package from Slughorn, 1325 Z Northern South Korea? Jung Ho Yoon couldn't tell whether the infrared goggles were a hindrance or a help. Without the goggles, he couldn't see a damn thing this late at night. With them, he was able to see things quite well until some bomb or missile exploded nearby and nearly blinded him with its heat signature. He had never thought that he'd be invading the South. Sure, the two sides had tried intimidating each other across the DMZ, but no one had seriously expected a major war to break out. Both sides were aware that any resumption of hostilities could draw the whole world into it. Considering that the United States and Russia still had more than enough nuclear weapons to wipe out most of the people on the planet, that would have been an unwise decision. One of the men in his regiment had joked that it would probably take a magic spell to get the two sides to start fighting again. Jung Ho had nearly fallen over in laughter at the time and ordered everyone in his squad a drink. How things had changed, he thought. The jokester was now dead, his femoral artery slashed by a South sniper's bullet. Jung Ho had to administer the coup de grace himself to put the mortally wounded man out of his misery. He got up just in time to see a giant toss a rock onto the shooter's head. That man wasn't getting up again, he thought. The giants were formidable allies. However, they had one minor weakness in that they were, well, large targets. They were large enough for people to be able to hit them with bullets even without a gun sight. Granted, the bullets generally didn't do them much damage, and several of them, including the fellow who had tossed the rock on his friend's killer war armor. The giants were finding, however, that although bullets wouldn't hurt them much, direct hits with anti-tank weapons landmines, and rocket-propelled grenades would give them a lot of trouble. The North's wizards were getting devilishly creative. They were tossing cages filled with pixies into the South ranks. At a predetermined altitude, the door would open, and the mischievous little fellows would wreak havoc among the enemy troops. There were stories of guns being thrown around, people being lifted into the air, tents flying away, and loss of communication on the battlefield. The pixies were small and mobile enough to avoid virtually everything the South could throw at them. Young Ho heard a loud slithering sound behind him. Making sure the snake amulet hanging around his neck was intact, he leaped into a foxhole, hid beneath the lip, and put his hands over his head. Unless he was mistaken, that was one of those nasty snake-like creatures whose eyes you did not want to look at. Chang Sungtik, who could supposedly communicate with such creatures, told them that they were not look anywhere near anyone with a snake amulet. Everyone else was fair game. There was a sequence of muffled explosions ahead as a whole platoon caught sight of the creature and exploded. The animal slowly started back towards the North Korean forces, and Jung Ho closed his eyes more tightly. There was a tremendous explosion nearby. Rocks and what felt like scales of some sort rained onto him. By the time his ears stopped ringing, the slithering had stopped. He pulled one of the scaly object in front of his face, still head first in the foxhole, and looked at it. It appeared to be a piece of a snake. He suspected that someone had attacked the snake from the air, in a position where the attacker didn't have to worry about looking directly at it. The all-clear sounded, and Jung Ho got up just in time to see the enemy troops running from some invisible foe. He whistled. He didn't know that the wizards could summon invisible monsters. Curious, he watched as the enemy forded a small stream. Seconds after they reached the other side, the river somehow froze over. He stared in shock. How the hell did that happen? Oh, right, magic. Presumably, the invisible creatures had solidified the river surface so they could cross. If that were the case, those southerners were doomed. Sure enough, less than a minute later, virtually all of them screamed in horror. There was an awful sucking sound, and the cries cut off immediately. The invisible creatures turned upriver to go after some new prey. At least that's what Jung Ho suspected. Consider that the water was starting to freeze there as well, when a good half-ton bomb exploded on top of them. He was thrown back a good half-meter, and his ears started ringing all over again. By the time the dust had settled, all evidence of the invisible monsters was gone. This was going to be an interesting war, he thought. The South has better technology, but we have wizards. Furthermore, we have all of these monsters and snakes and so forth on our side. A blast of light from above, followed by yet another explosion, suggested that one of the dragons had breathed fire upon a tank, ignited the weapons inside it, and blown it to pieces. Someone fired a heat-seeking missile at it, but all that managed to do was hit the already burning tank. There was another scream a few hundred feet away. He turned to see the people guarding a mortar suddenly turn tail and run ahead of yet another trail of ice. He didn't get a chance to see what happened to them, however, as his commander ordered him to commandeer the mortar now that the enemy troops had deserted it. Grimly, he headed forward into the night. 1451 Z Downtown, Pyongyang. Sirius Black chuckled as he watched the Atlanteans fight. Those little bubbles of theirs had to constitute cheating. The two witches, both encased in globes of white, blasted away at the Death Eaters from the two ends of the tunnel. Nigel had told Sirius that urban warfare was ugly, but urban magical warfare was most definitely uglier. He watched as someone tried to hit one of the Atlanteans from behind with a crowbar only to yelp in pain as the makeshift club hit the shield, bounced off, and began vibrating. It would take a hell of a lot more than that to finish the blue robes off, Sirius thought. A few more minutes went by, and Sirius went back to work healing wounded soldiers. They had turned the tunnel into a makeshift hospital and command center and had called upon the two Atlanteans to make sure no one else got in. So far, everything had worked out fine. However, Atlanteans weren't indestructible. and it was only a matter of time until the North thought of some other tactic. Sure enough, he eventually heard a tank creeping up on one of the ends of the tunnel. The Atlantean dutifully shot at it and stared in surprise as it flashed into lightning, struck the tank, and conducted itself into the ground. Sirius bit his lip. It appeared that Voldemort had found out about the indestructible apks used in Diagon Alley and had stolen the idea. Heads turned towards the tank as it approached the end of the tunnel. The tank was vulnerable to southern fire from inside the tunnel, of course. However, the Atlantean was in the way. Sirius knew that although nothing could penetrate the shield, momentum had to be conserved. A direct hit by a missile traveling at 500 mph would probably send that bubble flying, exposing the Atlantean to enough Gs to kill her without even penetrating the bubble. Sirius watched as the tank plowed its way towards the end of the tunnel. It was obviously going to try to run the wizard over, and if it wasn't able to run her over, simply push her out of the way by brute force. The witch held her ground, and the vehicle ran into her. For several seconds, the irresistible force fought the immovable object. Finally, the Atlantean was knocked off her feet, and the tank began shoving the bubble into the tunnel. The white globe wasn't exactly rolling like a ball, but it sure reminded him of a billiard ball making its way down the table. Sirius had to act, and act fast. Yelling at the woman to levitate her bubble, he used magic to grab a landmine, apparated to a few feet behind the staggering woman, and dropped it at her feet. Understanding his plan immediately, she floated into the air, taking the bubble with her, and backed further into the tunnel so that the tank would hit the mine. The explosion was deafening in the tunnel. It destroyed the tank, blocking the entrance to the tunnel with wreckage and debris. The Atlantean whistled and told him that had been a close call. Now they had only one entrance to deal with. Thanking him gratefully, the witch headed over to the other side. The injured men were safe at last. That's when 3 Death Eaters suddenly apparated directly into the tunnel from outside. Sirius swore and began casting curses with his wand. This was not fair, he thought. At least the Atlanteans had allowed the coalition forces to stop the North's advance and force a difficult stalemate. Merlin's Beard, where was Slughorn? Chapter 221. My Friend Walder. Wednesday, June 19, 1996. One day to Judgment Day 1405 Jogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Great Britain Horcruxes left. 0 Atlantis alert status. DEFCON 1 * warning. Major character Death Horace Slughorn stared at the huge room full of barrels. He'd asked Aberforth Dumbledore to send over as many butterbeer shipping crates as he could because Slughorn would need a lot of them in a hurry. Aberforth had complied, and the barrels were all lined up in a row in a storage room. Outside the storage room, in a field near the castle, was a huge vehicle used for transporting cargo. It was empty. Slughorn had never thought that he'd have to brew this much of any potion in his entire life, let alone an obscure one like Felix Felicis. He'd run of both his and Snape's stores very quickly, and had been forced to duplicate several of the critical spell components. It had taken a lot of work, and more time than he had wanted, but he had done it. He had produced enough Felix Felicis to serve not only the bulk of the coalition forces, but most of the South Korean Ministry of Magic as well. He sure hoped that the South's Ministry of Magic had a location large enough to accommodate the cargo container. He lifted his wand one last time and waved it in an intricate pattern, and he was rewarded when all of the barrels leaped into the air, flew out the window, and landed side by side in the shipping container. Slughorn cast a few more spells, and the barrels were surrounded by protective foam and other buffers which would make sure they wouldn't spill during the container's trip to South Korea via Portkey. Minus 1511 Xiao Ancestral Wizarding Shrine Xiao South Korea. There was a flash of light, and the South's Minister of Magic spun as a British man apparated into the room. The man fit Dumbledore's description of Horace Slughorn. However, there was only one way to tell for certain. The minister stared hard at the newcomer. What memory did you try to obliviate away from yourself several decades ago? The Brit stared at the minister and then down at the ground, surprised and embarrassed. He had to answer the question, however. I tried to convince myself that I never told Voldemort about Horcruxes. It didn't work. The minister lowered his wand. It's good to see you at last. I see Delorean gave you permission to do an international apparition. Give him our thanks. I take it you've got the Felix Felicis. Slughorn nodded. That's correct, Minister. I've got full-size cargo container stuffed to the brim with barrels of the stuff. Where do you want me to send it? I don't think you've got enough space in here. The minister gestured towards a door. Follow me. I've emptied out a storeroom for it. Slughorn heard muffled explosions far overhead as the two men walked deeper into the ministry. Good Lord, Minister. Am I imagining something, or is Seoul under attack? The minister threw his hands in the air. Under attack. It's being pulverized. I suspect we've got at least 10,000 dead Muggles already. We've got a shield up there now, but every few minutes one of the Death Eaters gets clever and does something to knock it out again. People are panicking up there, and there are riots breaking out from time to time because the shields keeping the missiles out are also keeping the people in. Furthermore, some of those guns are shooting very heavy bombs at us, which even the shields are having trouble with. Where the hell were you? Slughorn raised his hands in resignation as the minister led him into a large room. I've never tried making this much stuff before. It took longer than expected. There's nothing we can do about it now, however. We've got it, and it's time to use it. How's the fighting going on up in Pyongyang? The North was giving us problems for a while up there. However, that was before Delorean brought in the Atlanteans. Now we've got more or less of a stalemate right now. It's going to be ugly. There are rumors of nasty urban fighting up there. Both Seoul and Pyongyang are going to be in ruins before this is done. At any rate, here's your room. Is it big enough? Slughorn looked around the empty room and nodded. It looks big enough, Minister. Send everyone down here so we can start distributing the stuff, and make sure that the North soldiers don't get their hands on it, or we've got even more problems. The minister issued orders, and people began running into the room. Agreed. Oh, can I make a major request? I'd like Dumbledore to come here. I haven't been minister for long, and to be frank, I'm quite inexperienced. We need Dumbledore to take charge of the defense of Seoul. I want him down here. Slughorn hesitated, but Dumbledore's the master of. I don't if Dumbledore has 3 mistresses in Pyongyang, Slughorn. I'm in charge of this theater, and I've got the city that's being attacked. Do you want hundreds of thousands of people killed? I want Dumbledore in this room, and that's an order. Slughorn bit his lip. The minister did indeed have the authority to issue such an order. Delorean and Dumbledore would both agree, which meant Dumbledore would have to come south. Slughorn sure hoped that he would get back in time to fight Voldemort, minus 1,553 Xiao, South Korea. The Southern commander stared into the mountains with a big smile on his face. He closed his eyes, letting the Felix Felicis guide his actions. Slowly, he pointed his finger at a mountaintop. I think that heavy artillery is coming from over there. The gunner shook his head. I don't think so, sir. I think he's over beyond that ridge. The commander nodded. He's there all right. I can sense it. The gunner stared at him. Don't tell me you're a wizard as well. Perhaps a Jedi Master. It's going to work, Chung. Trust me. Sir, we can't run a military operation based on hunches. All of the information we have indicates. The commander was fed up. Just fire the gun over there, Chung. That's an order. Skeptical, the gunner followed orders. He aimed the gun at the commander's target and fired. 2 explosions suddenly blossomed on the mountaintop. The explosion of the south shell and a secondary explosion triggered by the munitions dump next to the mortar. The gunner was about to say something when some embers from the exploding mortar flew through the air, fell back to earth, and triggered yet another explosion. Incredibly, they had somehow found their way into a fuel supply dump and detonated it, taking a second North Korean gun out of business. The gunner finally found his voice. "I take that back, sir. You were right. Not only that, we got lucky and were able to eliminate a second mortar with one shot." The commander smiled. "Just what I expected, Chung. That's what luck and reconnaissance can do for your forces." "You can't rely on luck, sir." The commander winked at him. "Normally, yes. However, we have magic on our side. Trust me, Chung, our luck is going to improve big time." 1932 Z Presidential Palace, North Korea. Voldemort stared at the tactical map in disbelief. What he was seeing was absolutely impossible. The North Korean forces were being routed on all fronts, and what had started out as a steady advance less than 2 days ago had abruptly reversed direction. The Muggles defending Seoul had somehow managed to take out almost all of the pieces of artillery hiding in the mountains with few losses of their own, and for the first time in the war Seoul was free from attack. The aircraft his Muggle commanders had ordered to pursue the attack were all blasted out of the sky with uncannily lucky shots. A couple of lucky shots here or there were understandable. However, it seemed like the entire enemy coalition was getting lucky all at the same time. Voldemort had an awful suspicion that Dumbledore had done something. He needed to find out what it was and do so quickly. People were taking out the basilisks by aiming their guns at them at precisely the moment their deadly eyes were blocked from their view by tree branches or other troops. Bridges were failing under the weight of the giants. Dementors inevitably attacked places protected by patronuses or Atlanteans. Dragons were either turning on the North's own forces, chasing after birds or other prey, or being shot down by airplanes. As if that hadn't been bad enough, some North Korean soldiers who had sabotaged a bridge, hoping for it to fall into the river, when the Southerns were crossing, it found that it held long enough for the Southerners to get across and engaged them. The Northerners had beaten them off and pursued them across the wobbling bridge. The bridge eventually gave way when the last Southerner had stepped off, sending the pursuing Northerners falling into the river. The unusual luck had extended into the skies as well. North Korean airplanes were experiencing bird strikes. Clouds would appear just as the North's pilots caught sight of the South's air force or troops, and no fewer than 5 aircraft had reported problems launching their missiles. It also seemed to extend into the seas, as one submarine had sprung a leak, a second had launched a fish which had proven to be a dud, and a third had been destroyed when a Southern torpedo missed it, only to have the explosion dislodge a huge boulder from an undersea cliff. The boulder smashed the hull of the targeted ship, and that was that. The situation in Pyongyang was getting desperate. He knew that he was safe, thanks to his Horcruxes and his ownership of the Elder Wand. However, his colleagues weren't taking these problems philosophically. Lucius had been forced to cruciate several people to make sure they didn't defect. However, the Muggles and Wizards were slowly closing in on the presidential palace. They'd be on him within hours. He had to do something, but what? One of the Muggles knocked on the door. "Your Excellency, we've picked up a large force of Southern tanks which has just crossed the DMZ. Somehow they managed to find the one route through which missed the mines. They seem to be accompanied by lots of wizards and Atlanteans." Voldemort nodded. This gave him an idea. Aloud, he asked, "Are the civilians gone from the area?" "Yes, Your Excellency. They've fled north. They're out of the way." Voldemort smiled. It was about time he gave the South something else to think about. "Good. Nuke them." The Muggle stared at him. "What, sir? I don't think." "We're not paying you to think, soldier. Nuke them. 25 KT. Wipe them out. That's an order." The Muggle saluted stiffly. "Yes, Your Excellency." Minus 1945 Z, 30 miles north of the DMZ. The Southern tank driver pumped his fist in jubilation. "Sir, take a look. The enemy seems to be retreating. It looks like we've caught a lucky break." The commander chuckled. "Why am I not surprised? This potion that Slughorn fellow brewed seems to be doing lots of crazy things. Should we follow them? The commander thought about it for a moment. Although the idea of pursuing the enemy was tempting, this looked too much like a trap. He didn't want to allow the North to dictate where and when the battle was to fought. Then again, who knew? Perhaps he'd get lucky once more. What were his instincts telling him? He nodded and turned to the tanker. All right, here's what we're going to do. We'll go take the... The world turned white, and the entire tank force was obliterated in a fraction of a second. Minus 1946 Xenorad Chain Mountain. Bradley Shep spun and turned to his boss. Sir, we've got a nuclear detonation in southern North Korea. It's on the surface. The commander swore. Whose nuke, ours or theirs? I don't know, sir. Well, find out. How big was it? 24 KT, sir. The same as... I know. What was the target? Shep looked at the sheet he had been given. I believe that they've attacked a large southern tank battalion heading into North Korea. It looks like a tactical strike against armor. Sir, thank God they're not going after civilians and attacking cities. This is at least somewhat defensible. And it also seems to point the finger at Valdemar. It does indeed, Shep. Get me the president. Minus 1948 Zoval Office White House. No, General. I do not want you using nukes. Retaliate using conventional weapons and wizards. Those weren't our men, and we don't want this to escalate any further. Besides, it appears to have been a legitimate use for a small tactical nuclear weapon, blowing up an entire platoon of tanks. This wasn't a war crime, General. Minus 1948 Air Force Headquarters, Seoul, South Korea. The Secretary of Defense was about to order a full-scale nuclear assault on Pyongyang, one which would almost certainly trigger World War Roman III. He didn't like the idea of retaliating with nukes, but he figured he no choice. If this was a warning that the North was going to nuke Seoul if Valdemar was backed into a corner. He was so intent on his plans that he didn't see the Atlantean wizard creeping up behind him. Imperio. That ended the nuclear retaliation. The strategic nuclear strike was replaced with an immense attack by conventional bombers and fighter jets. The Secretary of Defense thought about it for a moment and agreed that bombers would probably do the trick. After all, they had been hitting targets even when the targets had been obscured by clouds. Minus 1949 Z63 SBN Dormenweg Curacao, Dutch Antilles. The television set in the living room was turned to CNN. I repeat, there has been a nuclear explosion in southern North Korea. Preliminary reports indicate that it was not against civilians. I repeat, it was not against civilians. The bomb had apparently been deployed to destroy a large force of tanks. President Clinton has issued a statement indicating that he will still not permit use of nuclear weapons even after this blast. He warned everyone, however, that he may reconsider his options if a city full of civilians is actually targeted. I didn't like this at all. The world was creeping closer and closer to World War Roman III. Although I was far away from the battlefield, on a small tropical island, I figured it was only a matter of time for the effects of such a titanic conflict to spread throughout the world. I shuddered to think of what would happen to all my friends who had stayed in Boston. 2001, Z-Cuba. Clad in state-of-the-art radiation suits, the combined force of wizards and muggles scoured the site of the nuclear explosion for any clues to the whereabouts of the wizards who had detonated the device. There were none. 2010, Zinejev Desert 2,000 feet down, the small Israeli nuke detonated as planned, thousands of feet below the sand. The soldiers had taken care to test the device in a location which would not contaminate the groundwater needed for the Israeli and Palestinian civilians living the area. Netanyahu sighed. Well, we're committed now. Let's hope Hamas gets the message and backs off. He just hoped that Hamas wouldn't realize that nukes were useless against a terrorist organization. 2030, one Atlantis. astrologer Benevento showed Dialinus the latest report. "We're up to 17% now, sir. We've passed the halfway point to Judgment Day." The blood drained from Dialinus's face. Slowly, he reached into his pocket and brought out a die. He showed it to Benevento and said, 17%. That's the odds of this die roll coming out a 6. A 1 in 6 chance for the end of civilization. He rolled the die and got a 2. He hoped the world would be as lucky, 2037 ZSD. Peter's Basilica, Vatican City. Suleiman I stared in horror at John Paul. "Holiness, you can't go. Billions of people look up to you." John Paul Roman II shook his head. "I know. However, the world needs all the wizards it can get when it comes to fighting Voldemort. It is my duty to do what I can to help the people of the world, and if doing so puts me in harm's way, I must act." Jesus didn't back down when he was threatened, and as you know, neither did Mohammed. The Dalai Lama put his hand on John Paul's shoulder. "Holiness, one wizard will not make a difference in this struggle. You will be able to serve your flock better by helping them stay calm and inspiring them to keep faith." It took a while for the religious leaders to convince him, but John Paul eventually decided to stay put in the Vatican. 2112, Zipyongyang. The founder of Muslims for Humans roared a battle cry and charged bravely at a man with a Death Eater mask and a wand. That proved to be a mistake. 2225, Jaf Moon, K. Bahamas. Captain DeVries had to push the Nordam to her limits in order to get to the island before any of the other cruise ships stole his idea. Fortunately, the gamble paid off, and soon the ship was docked at Half Moon Key, the private island owned by Holland America Lines. The refugees were relieved to get off the boat and stretch their legs. There were 3 big questions which were yet to be answered, however. First, would the island be affected by the upcoming conflict, if there was one? Second, if it was affected, would it be possible to get everyone back on the boat? Finally, if the end came and the island became one of the few safe places left in the world, would these 5,000 random people be able to create their own little city-state and possibly repopulate the world? Only time would tell. He warned the ship's security agents that they might have to defend their little sanctuary against invading Holland America cruise ships. How ironic. 2255, Seoul, South Korea. The sun was rising over the ravaged capital of South Korea. Yet it was barely visible through all of the ash from the burning house fires. For some reason, the sight made him think of Travis Radner and the Romanovs, but he couldn't figure out why. Another senior moment, perhaps. The mortars which had been attacking the city had all been destroyed, and all of the aircraft which had been bombing Seoul had mysteriously turned back. Dumbledore suspected that they had either been called back or, more likely, had experienced various freak mechanical failures due to the Felix Felicis. In a span of less than 48 hours, a thriving metropolis had been brought to its knees. The great wizard saw immediately that he had come too late for thousands of people. Many were already dead, their bodies crushed by falling buildings or shredded by shrapnel. Others had had their arms or legs blown off, and there was nothing even Dumbledore could do in those cases other than possibly heal the ragged stumps. Dumbledore was a great wizard, but he wasn't Madame Pomfrey. He had seen photographs of Berlin after the Second World War, and the scene before him looked eerily reminiscent of the ruins of the German capital. There were 3 major differences, however. First, the signs were in Korean. Second, Berlin had never had to deal with bodies of giants, dragons, and other creatures which had fallen in the streets. Finally, 1940s Berlin didn't have tremendous skyscrapers whose top 30 floors had fallen off, leaving structures which looked like rectangular tree stumps. The South Korean Minister of Magic seemed to be in shock. It was obvious that the recently promoted man was in over his head, and that he had made a very good decision to send Dumbledore down here. It was very likely that the minister was mourning several family members who had been killed in the attack, and as a result, he couldn't think coherently. Dumbledore, as an outsider to some extent, could analyze the situation objectively. The first thing he did was to make sure that the shield above the city was still intact in case Voldemort had any more surprises in store. It was. He then modified it so that it became permeable to smoke, and cast a spell which would allow the smoke to start flowing out of the city, replacing it with breathable air. Filling your lungs with dust and ash wouldn't help much if you were trying to save either yourself or someone else from battle damage. Dumbledore had initially balked when he had heard Slughorn's comment that the South Korean minister had ordered Dumbledore down to Seoul. He had protested vehemently at first, saying that the entire plan was based on the fact that Voldemort couldn't kill Dumbledore with the Elder Wand. Why else would Dumbledore have allowed Voldemort access to the wand otherwise? Unfortunately, the Muggles and Atlanteans who were familiar with the chain of command convinced him that the South Korean minister did indeed have the authority to send him down there. Someone else would have to deal with Voldemort. What was more important, getting rid of Voldemort or saving a city with 1 million people in it? Obviously, the Dark Lord was a terrible adversary. If a wizard had to choose between killing Voldemort and saving one random person, Voldemort had to come first. However, how far did that analogy go? Was Voldemort worth the lives of 10 civilians, 100, 1,000? He didn't know where the line was, but he was fairly certain 1 million was on the other side of it. It took him a good hour or so to survey the city, perform emergency triage services, and organize the sole authorities enough for them to be able to take care of the rest of the operation by themselves. Finally, shortly before 0Z, the Southerners said that he could go back to Pyongyang and resume the fighting. Dumbledore shook the Southerners' hands, donned Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. Harry had wanted to come, but couldn't because he was underage, and turned into space heading for Pyongyang. It soon dawned on him that he was in charge of all 3 of the Deathly Hallows at this point. He'd picked up the stone after destroying the Ring Horcrux, was already the master of the Elder Wand, and was currently toting around the invisibility cloak. Was that one of the reasons he'd been able to save so many people in Seoul? He didn't get a chance to think very long before he suddenly crashed into a force field and popped back into real space. Had the Atlantis bubble not absorbed some of the shock, he'd have been flattened. The force field came in handy again a couple of seconds later, when something exploded beneath his bubble and launched both him and the bubble into the air. Dumbledore swore and cast a spell which cushioned his motions within the bubble. It suddenly dawned on him that he probably should have been killed, or at least would have had it not been for the Felix Felicis. Safe, at least for the time being, he took a look around. It took him a few seconds for him to realize what had happened. Voldemort, realizing Southerners were entering the north in droves, had placed his own apparition barrier across the DMZ. He'd run into the barrier, fallen to the ground, and promptly landed on a landmine. The explosion had blasted him back into the air again, and he was about to hit the ground again. Figuring that wasn't a good idea, he cast a spell so he could hover in midair next to the force field. Normally, apparition across national borders was prohibited, so force fields such as this were not necessary. However, Voldemort must have realized that the attacking Atlanteans implied DEFCON 1, and DEFCON 1 meant international apparition was permitted in some cases, hence the new force field. Dumbledore suddenly made a terrible observation. Without the Elder Wand, he couldn't remove the shield and get into North Korea to duel Voldemort. This meant that Voldemort would be able to wreak havoc with the Elder Wand, and that no one would be able to stop him. This was bad, very bad, minus 2,311 Pyongyang. The enemy forces were closing in on the presidential palace. North Korean civilians were doing what they could to beat them off, but they were up against trained soldiers and wizards, and all that would manage to do would get them killed. The South was still getting amazing luck. Ricochets bouncing off buildings and hitting wizards, giants hitting their heads on tunnel roofs, and so forth. It was obvious that Voldemort had to join the fight himself. He had the Elder Wand. However, he'd been somewhat disappointed with what the Elder Wand had done for him up to this point. It didn't seem any more powerful than the one he'd procured from Ollivanders as a child. Perhaps he wasn't using it right. Then again, he hadn't used it much in formal duels. Perhaps he needed to engage someone in a formal duel in order to bring out the Elder Wand's powers. He made a mental note to cast the Imperious Curse on Ollivander and order the Wandmaker tell him how it worked. That was, of course, if he survived this battle. Surrender was not an option, and he knew it. Although he still had Horcruxes lying around at least as of a couple of days ago, he had no idea if the Order of the Phoenix had managed to destroy any more of them since he had last checked. He had to assume, therefore, that if he was killed, he wouldn't be coming back. It took him a few minutes for him to figure out what to do. It was a gamble. However, he thought it would be worth it. First, if the Order did what he expected it to do, they would stop attacking people. This would increase his popularity among the North Koreans if he survived this gamble. Second, the lull in the fighting would give him time to check to see if his Horcruxes were still intact. Drawing a deep breath, he amplified his voice and shouted loudly enough for everyone within a couple of miles to hear him. "Attention, this is Chang Sung-teek, and I have a proposal and ultimatum for you. I was hoping not to have to use nuclear weapons against Seoul, Taipei, or other cities filled with civilians. However, it appears that our brave citizens had to retreat before the onslaught of the capitalists. I would like issue a warning to the people of Seoul, Taipei, and 5 other major capitalist cities. You need to know that I have placed 25 KT nuclear weapons in warehouses there. They are all set to explode if I die, and they are protected by the Fidelius charm. You will not be able to do anything to stop their detonation. Furthermore, one fortunate city has merited a 1MT device which we have obtained through the black market. That larger weapon will also be set to detonate if I die." This was a sheer bluff, of course. However, given the circumstances, it sounded plausible. Voldemort doubted that he'd have been able to get the bombs out of North Korea with the apparition and Portkey shields in place. "I will cast the spell to prevent their detonation under one condition, and one condition only. You are to choose one wizard, a champion which will represent your forces. That wizard will duel me, personally, to the death at 0Z. I encourage you to consider this offer, as it will save millions of lives. Until the duel commences, I order all of my troops to stand down until 0Z. If the wizard is an Atlantean, he or she must remove his ring of invulnerability before the duel commences. I will place a force field around the 2 of us while we conduct our duel. That way, no one will intervene on behalf of either side." Voldemort chuckled to himself. He had the Elder Wand, and the other guy would have something weaker. If 2 people were facing off, and no one else could intervene because of the shield, that would almost certainly convince the Elder Wand that this was a formal duel, and cause it to bring out its unusual powers. If I die, all Death Eaters in North Korea are to put down their weapons and surrender. If the Coalition's champion dies, all capitalists are to leave the country within 12 hours. In addition, North Korea will annex the South. If the capitalists do not do so, the nukes will be detonated. Voldemort was fairly certain he wasn't going to die. However, he had chosen his words carefully. Many of the people with the nuclear weapons considered themselves to be associated with Al-Qaeda or Hamas, and not the Death Eaters themselves. Furthermore, many of them were not in North Korea. Voldemort would have to sacrifice much if, against all odds, he lost the duel. You have until 2330Z to choose your champion. The champion and I will square off at 0Z on the dot, June 20th. If you do not present a champion at that time, I will detonate the nukes. I hope you listen to reason and accept these terms. That is all. 2354 Z Presidential Palace, Pyongyang. Voldemort could barely hear himself think. Helicopters belonging to news organizations were hovering overhead, and their rotors were making a lot of noise. He saw aircraft from China, Russia, and the South. There were rumors out of the South that virtually all of the news broadcasts around the world were airing the footage taken from that South Korean chopper. A few of the aircraft had landed and disgorged platoons of reporters. At the moment, the newswires were surrounding one person a few hundred feet away. The subject was presumably the person Voldemort would be facing in the duel. He wondered if his opponent knew what he was in for. What chance this person have against the most powerful wizard in the world armed with the Elder Wand? Voldemort was going to win, and he knew it. He would at least allow his opponent a last request before dispatching him, as he had no doubt that his opponent would fight with honor. Good wizards were so predictable in that way, they generally wouldn't cheat. Whom would he be facing? The only people Voldemort could imagine giving him trouble would be Deolinus and Dumbledore. Deolinus was still an immensely powerful wizard, even without the Atlantis ring. Fortunately for Voldemort, there had been no trace of Deolinus anywhere on the Korean peninsula since the war had begun. With the apparition shield up around North Korea, there was no way he'd be getting in now. Dumbledore, on the other hand, was an entirely different problem. The Death Eaters had seen Dumbledore in Pyongyang a few hours ago, but they hadn't seen him for a while. That worried Voldemort. Had he gone invisible? If there was anyone who was clever enough to defeat Voldemort, despite the handicap of being opposed by the Elder Wand, it was Dumbledore. All he could do was wait and see who his opponent would be. 2355Z. Sirius Black didn't like his chances. Even though the Felix Felicis had urged him to volunteer for the duel, he wasn't sure the potion could counteract the potentially immense advantage conferred upon Voldemort by the Elder Wand. Maybe the potion would allow him to get a few curses off before he succumbed. He spoke with the Atlanteans, and they agreed to have everyone evacuate North Korea in case Sirius fell. Of course, they would just walk across the border, turn invisible, and come back in to renew the fight. Voldemort needed to take more care in phrasing his ultimatum. Virtually all of the Secret Service people believed that a nuclear weapon dropped on Pyongyang would destroy Voldemort, with or without the Elder Wand. The one on Cuba had actually gone so far as to destroy an Atlantean, which wasn't easy. The problem was that the destruction of Pyongyang would almost certainly trigger World War III. China, whose premier's behavior showed all of the indications of the Imperious Curse, would retaliate with a nuclear strike of its own, and everything would go on from there. As if that wasn't bad enough, the Order of the Phoenix couldn't rule out the possibility that Voldemort had issued orders to detonate all of the nukes, including the big one, even if he died during the duel. It sure sounded like something Voldemort would do. The man wasn't exactly trustworthy. It was the decision from hell. World War III or Voldemort, choose one. Sirius brought himself back to the present, however, and began to focus on the duel. World War III wouldn't mean much to him if he was already dead. He let Felix Felicis fill him with ideas. Most of them seemed a bit outrageous and required other people's help. However, one of them actually made sense, and best of all, Sirius already knew how to cast the Fidelius charm. He reached into his robe and pulled out an object. He'd never tried performing the Fidelius charm on something like this before, but if Felix Felicis said it would work, it probably would. He toyed around with the object for a moment until it was in the position he wanted it to be in. When he was satisfied, he cast the Fidelius charm on it, assigning himself to be the secret keeper. The object flashed as it absorbed the spell. Grinning, he restored the object to its original condition and placed it in his left hand. Due to the nature of the Fidelius charm, no one would be able to tell he was holding the object. Spells cast by anyone other than him would not affect the object, and other people would see his left hand empty at his side. He looked at his friends one last time and saluted them gravely. Drawing a deep breath and reciting a brief prayer, he drew his wand and started walking towards Voldemort. 0000Z. Voldemort's eyebrows shot up in surprise when he saw who his opponent would be. Sirius Black. He was a bit puzzled by the Order's choice. Why hadn't they sent Dumbledore? Then he remembered reports that Dumbledore had been sent to Seoul to help clean up the city. His former mentor must be stuck in South Korea, unable to participate in the duel. That's why they had sent Sirius. Sirius was still a skilled wizard, however. Voldemort didn't want to underestimate him. If he was on the same level as Bellatrix and the rest of the Blacks, this could be an interesting duel. Voldemort nodded as Sirius approached him. Well, well, it's Sirius Black, coming to join your pureblood friends at last. Sirius shook his head. I'm afraid not, Riddle. I'm here to deliver justice. Voldemort snorted. Justice? You can't fight me, and you know it. Even Dumbledore couldn't vanquish me. Sirius grinned. You got that right, Riddle. All that was needed to finish you off was a 1-year-old kid. Voldemort growled and brought out the Elder Wand. You're going to pay for that, Black, and I mean it. Recognize this. Sirius shrugged. It's a wand. Big deal. You could use it as a back-scratcher if you wanted. It's not just a wand, Black. It's the Elder Wand, the Death Stick, the wand that can't lose in a duel. Sirius tried not show any fear. That's a myth, Riddle, and you know it. You got that wand in Ollivanders when you were a child, just like me. Do you honestly believe the Elder Wand exists? Voldemort laughed. You'll find out soon enough when I curse you with it. Oh, and did I forget to mention that people have tried to kill me before, and it didn't work all that well. Every single time people thought I was dead, I came back. What makes you think that you aren't throwing your life away? Even if I die, I'll come back again. Sirius's voice steadied. Not this time, Riddle. We know about the Horcruxes. We've gotten rid of them. Voldemort didn't want to think about that. However, he doubted that they'd have gotten them all. Not all of them, Black. My men have confirmed that a few of them are still around. You may rest assured that I will have them better defended next time you come calling. In the meantime, let's say that I will still be able to come back, even if you do destroy my current body. Sirius spat at him. We'll see about that, en garde. The two men walked to opposite ends of the clearing, near where the dome-shaped force field isolated them from the rest of the world. They bowed to each other. Then they began to fight. Voldemort cast an Avada Kedavra at Sirius. This wasn't time to play around with him. Sirius, however, expected that and dove out of the way. The Dark Lord then followed that up with another green bolt, hoping Sirius's flying body would arc into the beam. It was about to do so when he suddenly transformed into the Great Black Dog. The beam passed right through where Sirius's human head would have been. The dog leaped into the air and jumped behind a pile of debris. Voldemort backed off warily. There could be cracks between the bricks and rocks, which would allow Sirius, who had undoubtedly transformed back to human form, a shot at him. Voldemort realized he needed to clear the debris away in a hurry. He waved the Elder Wand and rocks flew into the air. However, he wasn't able to clear the rocks fast enough, and a green beam launched itself towards him from the middle of the pile. Voldemort roared and fired at the green bolt. The two bolts hit in midair, and unsurprisingly, the Elder Wand blast swallowed Sirius's and continued its way towards the pile of boulders. He was certain it was going to find its way through the cracks Sirius had shot from, but it was poorly aimed or unlucky, and hit the rocks. Furious, he waved his wand one more time, and the rest of the rocks vanished. Sirius cast another bolt at him, which he parried easily with his all-powerful wand. The battle raged on for a good 5 minutes. Both duelists were using virtually every trick in their arsenal, yet no one could gain an insurmountable advantage. Sirius was clever, but Voldemort had the stronger wand. It was a stalemate. Then Voldemort found his opening. Parrying one last blow, he turned the ground under Sirius's feet into a sheet of ice. Sirius slipped and fell on his rear end. Grinning, the Dark Lord cast Expelliarmus on his foe and slowly marched in for the kill. Sirius tried to apparate over to his wand, but Voldemort blocked it. Death Eaters cheered wildly outside the arena while the citizens of the world watched in horror. To add insult to injury, Voldemort summoned Sirius's wand to his own hand. Finally, Sirius found his back up against the force field, keeping out external help. He seemed calm, almost resigned. Voldemort had to admit that he was facing his death with great skill and honor. He mentioned that to Sirius. "I must say, Black, that you put up a good and honorable fight. You do Gryffindor credit." Sirius, eyes white, nodded. "Go to hell, Riddle. It isn't honorable for you to have two wands and for me to have none." Voldemort shook his head. "Unfortunately, I think it is honorable. You see, we both started out with one wand when the fight began. I beat you fair and square. However, since you fought well, I feel like you deserve a final request before I dispatch you. What do you want?" Sirius's reaction was most unusual. He smiled 7Z. Sirius smiled at Voldemort. The man clearly had no idea what was going to happen. That was one of the weaknesses pure-blood wizards had. They tended to underestimate Muggle technology. Nodding in resignation, Sirius looked up at his assailant. "As a matter of fact, I do have one final request. I'd like for you to meet my friend Walther." Voldemort frowned. "Walther, who's he?" Still smiling madly, Sirius raised his left hand. As far as Voldemort was concerned, Sirius's left hand was empty. Sirius knew better, however, for his left hand contained the Walther PPK pistol he had fidelized before the battle. The gun had been protected so that it could not harm Voldemort, and Voldemort could not harm it. However, Sirius had made one small modification to the weapon before casting the spell. He had removed the bullets. This resulted in a situation where the gun was fidelized and unable to interact with Voldemort, but the bullets were not. Still smiling, Sirius Black pulled the trigger. Voldemort's head exploded like a ripe tomato, and the greatest dark wizard to ever live collapsed in a lifeless heap on the ground. The force field surrounding the two of them vanished. Sirius fired the gun a few more times to ensure that the Dark Lord was dead. Once he was satisfied with his handiwork, Sirius removed the Fidelius charm and showed the gun to the world. "This is Walther, Riddle. Specifically, Walther PPK. It's a type of gun used by the British government. I'm sure he'd like to meet you, but considering that you don't appear to be in a position to talk to him right now, he'll have to settle for lying on your smelly hide." And with that, he tossed the gun onto Voldemort's dead body and left the arena. Chapter 222. Don't forget about Lucius. Thursday, June 20, 1996, 15 hours to time 00007 Ministry of Magic London Atlantis alert status. DEFCON 1 * warning. Major character death. Rufus Scrimgeour threw his hands into the air in celebration. People started cheering throughout the atrium, where everyone had stayed until the wee hours of the morning to watch the events unfold in the careers. The sound attracted more people, including a few ghosts and a cleaning crew. The celebration proved to be infectious, and soon they were partying as well. The word soon spread. Voldemort was dead, and the international crisis was finally at an end. Scrimgeour would never live long enough to realize how wrong he was. 8Z, far above the Ministry of Magic, the City of London slept. Floodlights shone on Westminster Abbey and on Big Ben, two of the city's most famous tourist attractions. At exactly 1:08 a.m. on the morning of June 20th, something remarkable happened to Big Ben's clock faces. They suddenly snapped to 12:00, as if someone had tried to switch them out of daylight savings time just when the sun hit the solstice. However, the abrupt motions of the clock hands paled in comparison to the observation that the few guards and night shift workers noticed a few minutes later. Big Ben's hands had started moving once again, but they were counting backwards 9Z. The two little balls of uranium had been sitting in Lucius Malfoy's empty desk for several days now. No one in the ministry had noticed them. The only which had appeared remotely unusual in Lucius's office was the fact that the potted plant on his desk was dying even though the support staff was watering it dutifully each night. It would not be the first plant to succumb to radiation poisoning. Had someone been watching the room at 1:08 a.m., they might have seen an odd shimmer burst from inside Lucius's desk for a couple of seconds. It would have taken someone with a very sharp eye to see it, but due to the late hour, no one was around to notice it. Voldemort's death curse had been activated. -0021 Atlantis. Atlantis read the report. You're sure of this? The Atlantean nodded. Yes, Sir Voldemort's dead, and a bunch of United Nations personnel are going to be running the North for the time being. Why do you ask? Atlantis nodded at astrologer Benevento. Joe here claims that the death of Voldemort reduced the odds of worldwide devastation from 17% only to 11%. The Atlantean frowned. We're still at 11%, even with Voldemort dead. Atlantis nodded. Yes, Joe confirms that he took the death of Voldemort into consideration. What the hell could cause us problems now, sir? Atlantis frowned. I'm not sure, William, and that's what disturbs me. I think we'll need to find out in a hurry as something here doesn't seem right. Keep your eyes open. Yes, sir. The presidential palace being young. The parties were still going on. Muggles heading to work had found virtually all of the major routes into the cities blocked by celebrating wizards. At first, they were skeptical that the dear leader had been assassinated, and several were angry that the South had tried to kill the one man they liked. However, the wizards reassured them that the United Nations had been made aware of the Muggles' situation, and that a group of unleaders had assumed control of North Korea until a new, democratic leader could be elected by the people. The Muggles soon realized that their new ruler would have to abide by the will of the people. It was almost certain that for the first time since the accession of Kim Il-sung decades ago, North Korea would be a country people would be proud to live in. Very few people did work that morning. They had no idea that many of them would be dead within 24 hours. -0100 Z firing station nuclear missile range air outside of Pyongyang. There was a flash of light, and Moon Wan Sang reached for his gun. He lowered the weapon, however, when he realized that the man who had entered the office was the Minister of Magic, Moon Jai Jai. The minister didn't look happy. On the contrary, he looked furious. Moon Wan had no idea what had ticked the man off, but he knew enough not to mess with wizards. He had to be pretty diplomatic here. Gently, he rose and bowed to the minister. Your Excellency, I apologize, but this is a restricted area. You can't come in here. The minister spoke right over him. Gentlemen, the dear leader is dead. He was killed by a capitalist. Moon Wan Sang gaped at him. No, that's impossible. I'm afraid not, soldier. Chang Sung-tik was a man I would have been proud serving. He was a gentleman compared to Kim Jong-il. Who's the new leader? The minister hesitated for the briefest moment before responding. I am. I believe Chang Sung-tik left some orders for you which were to be followed in case he was killed. Moon Wan Sang's face paled. You mean the orders to launch the nuclear missiles at the south? Sir, with all due respect, I don't think. The minister pulled out a wand and pointed it at him. Shut up and do what you're told. Get your colleague and launch the missiles. Now. Moon Wan didn't like where this was going. Fortunately, he soon realized that he had the wizard at his mercy. The reasons the launchers had two keys was to ensure that no one person could launch the missiles. As long as both he and Li Young-yun both refused to turn the keys, there wouldn't be a nuclear war. The wizard wouldn't be able to turn both keys at the same time. Li Young had been as disturbed about Chang Sung-tik's order to launch the missiles as he had been. Although they had agreed to carry out the order, it's not as if they had a choice in the matter. They had both agreed that they would rather die than start World War III. The furious Minister of Magic stared at him. However, Moon Wan met his eyes and stared him back down. It was obvious neither man was going to yield on this. Finally, the Minister of Magic nodded. It appears you leave me no choice, soldier. You have chosen to commit treason against our great state. Unfortunately, I will have to delay your execution by a few moments to do what must be done." And with that, the minister waved his wand at the control panel. Both keys flew into their respective keyholes and turned simultaneously through the power of magic. Alarms stared hooting as Moon Wan shrieked in horror. Reports about fueling missiles and an irrevocable 1-hour countdown blared in his ears as he dove out of the way of a green bolt. The spell crashed into a computer terminal as all the lights went out, shorted out by the spell. Seconds later, the emergency lights flickered on. Moon Wan drew his gun only to find it blasted out of his hand by an expelliarmus. Grimacing, he held up his hands and waited for the killing curse. The minister of magic, whose hair had suddenly started to go blonde, winced in pain and lowered his wand momentarily. A gunshot suddenly burst out from the far side of the room, and the minister's chest suddenly exploded. The man's mouth opened in shock, and he collapsed. Taking the opportunity to retrieve his gun, Moon Wan shot him a few more times to make sure he was dead, and then took a look at the man who had posed as the minister of magic. The impostor appeared to be European and had long blonde hair. He looked to be in his 40s and was quite handsome. This was a capitalist wizard, he realized. He didn't know why the capitalists would want to start a war against their own kind. Maybe this particular man wanted to get rid of the Muggles so that the wizards could take over the world. Li Young-yoon raced into the room and shook Moon Wan wildly. "Are you okay? What was that guy?" "Some wizard who was masquerading as the Minister of Magic. Looks European." "Shit, did he do what I think he did?" "Yes, Li Young. He managed to turn both launch keys with a spell. The countdown has started, and there is nothing we can do to stop it." Li Young nodded. "We need to get help, and fast. I think it's time to send out emails to our friends. There's no one in charge to censure us now. 0104 Xiao Ancestral Wizarding Shrine, Xiao, South Korea." Dumbledore and Slughorn watched and cheered as he saw the people dancing in the meeting rooms. Voldemort was dead, at long last. The world was finally going to calm down as the crisis came to an end. Dumbledore couldn't help but admit he had mixed feelings about the death of Voldemort. Granted, Voldemort had been a grave threat to both the wizarding and Muggle worlds. Yet Dumbledore couldn't help but recall the brilliant student Tom Riddle had been at Hogwarts. Dumbledore often wondered what would have happened if Riddle had never strayed to the dark side. He would have likely become Minister of Magic someday, and possibly even Grand Mugwump. He would have been a great asset to mankind, and his experience in the Muggle world would have quite helpful if the statute of secrecy fell in this alternate timeline as well. Slughorn noticed the expression on Dumbledore's face. "You're upset he had to die, aren't you?" Dumbledore thought for a moment and shook his head. "Not exactly, Horace. I'm upset that he never got a chance to live as the Tom Riddle we had always expected him to become. He would have been a great wizard had he stayed on the good side." Slughorn nodded, and tears filled his eyes. "I agree, Albus. I heartily agree. I hope I can exorcise Voldemort's taint from Slytherin House." Dumbledore was about to say something when one of the Muggle telephones rang nearby. He moved out of the way as a ministry employee walked over to answer it. The Korean listened intently for a few moments. Suddenly his eyes widened and his face went pale. He almost shouted into the receiver, "What? Where? Are you sure? How much time do we have?" He waited for a moment as the person on the other end replied, 50 minutes plus the flight time. Shit, who was this guy posing as Moon Jai Jai? Describe him." There was another pause followed by, "Okay, let's see if I got it." Caucasian, British accent, haughty expression on his face, long blonde hair, 40-something. Dumbledore and Slughorn stared at each other. Then they blurted it out at the same time. They had completely forgotten about Lucius in the excitement over Voldemort's death. There were still several powerful Death Eaters out there, including Lucius Malfoy and Arif Kuri, and with nuclear weapons in play now. The person who had picked up the phone jumped back in surprise as the two wizards closed in on him. Dumbledore waved his hand frantically and tried to get the man to listen to him. "I'm sorry, sir, but we happened to overhear your conversation. I believe we are familiar with the man you were discussing." The Korean nodded. "Really? Who is he? He's done something really rash." "His name is Lucius Malfoy, sir, and he is a servant of Voldemort. With Voldemort dead, it is likely that he will be placed in charge of the Death Eaters. Wizard Malfoy is a very dangerous man." The Korean swore. "He's dangerous, all right. This call just came in from North's Secretary of Agriculture, of all people. This Malfoy fellow masqueraded as Moon Jai Jai, broke into one of the North's nuclear missile silos, and used magic to arm the missiles and start the launch countdown." Dumbledore stared at him. "What? Where is he now? We have to stop him." "He's dead, Mr. Dumbledore. The soldiers controlling the silos shot and killed him on the spot. However, the damage has been done. The Secretary is worried that nothing can be done to halt the launch, and he doesn't know where the Secretary of War is right now. He's hoping we can remedy the situation through magic." Slughorn stared at Dumbledore. "I wouldn't be surprised if this requires a magical solution, Albus. Those missile silos are almost certainly going to be well guarded and virtually impregnable to Muggle attack. Can the South's Secretary of Magic deal with it?" Dumbledore recalled the deer-in-the-torches look on the new secretary's face. "Possibly, but I'm not entirely certain. Nevertheless, we must still try." He asked for the receiver. "Good evening, sir. My name is Albus Dumbledore, and I'm helping out the Ministry of Magic here. What exactly happened here? Who are you?" The voice on the other end of the line seemed to belong to a Korean man. "My name is Chief Executive Officer Sue, Mr. Dumbledore. I worked for Chang Sung-teek. I may be a North Korean patriot who has always wanted to control the South, but there's no way I'm going to let a nuclear war start on my watch. That's going too far." Dumbledore hoped this man could stop whatever was going on here. Speaking into the phone, he replied, "I won't let it happen. Mr. Sue, can you give me the details? Where are the silos? How did you find out about this?" Sue sounded frantic. "I got a call from a couple of people who claimed they worked for nuclear missile range. They claimed that this Moon Jai Jai imposter broke in and started the launch countdown. They said that the imposter ordered them to turn the keys. When they refused, the intruder stole and turned both keys. A fight then broke out and the intruder was shot and promptly lost his disguise. The men in the launch bunker, realizing what had happened, then emailed every North Korean cabinet member a photograph of the floor of the missile bunker showing the emergency lights flashing, the launch sequence enabled, and a dead blonde European lying on the floor with a bullet in his chest and a wand at his side. That's a good start, Mr. Sue. Where is nuclear missile range, I don't know, Mr. Dumbledore. That's classified. I work for the Department of Agriculture and wouldn't know." Dumbledore looked around at the wizards celebrating in the corridor. He suspected that the wizards knew much more about the North's capabilities than the South's Muggle population realized. "I'm in the Ministry of Magic right now. Rest assured, Mr. Sue, we'll take care of things from here." "I hope you do, Mr. Dumbledore. We've got a lot of nervous people up here, and with the chain of command all messed up because of the dear leader's death and the deaths of his immediate family, we don't have an obvious successor here. By the time we figure out who has the authority to stop the launch, it may be too late. Let us pray that is not the case, Mr. Sue. When are the missiles supposed to launch?" "Judging from what the people in the bunker said, 200 Z. Hurry, Mr. Dumbledore. You may be our only hope." Z. The man in charge of the Patriot missile battery nearly fell over at the news. Staring at his commander, he exclaimed, "You mean to tell me that some maniac in North Korea has started the countdown on a rogue missile launch?" The commander nodded. "I'm afraid so, Captain. Deploy those Patriot launchers all around the big cities and do it within half an hour. Meanwhile, I'll have to warn people like Bill Clinton and other nations to make sure that they don't overreact to this. That would be just what we would need after killing Voldemort. Are you going to warn Sol and the other targets in case the missiles make it through? We already have, Captain. Let's hope they don't panic. -0127Z. Choi Hee-chan had no idea what to do. There was no way she was going to make it out of the city in half an hour, as every single route of the city was blocked by either debris from fallen buildings or by gridlocked cars and bicycles. The doorbell rang, though it was barely audible over the screams outside. She looked through the peephole and saw it was her friend. The friend had to shout to be heard. Choi Hee, our neighbors have a basement which is equipped with a fallout shelter. Can you get over there in time? I've already asked them to let you in, and they agreed to take you. Choi Hee didn't think twice. She opened the door and ran out with nothing more than the clothes on her back. 131Z. The North Korean lieutenant pointed to a location on the map. I never thought I'd be pointing out nuclear missile complexes to people working for the South's Secretary of Magic. But there's no way I'm letting the world go up in radioactive fire. That's nuclear missile range A. Forcing down jitters, the secretary nodded. Good work, Lieutenant. See if you can get your men to try to blow it up. Can I help? The lieutenant fidgeted for a minute, then said, I'll need to get authorization to bring you into the bunker. I don't think we'll get in time, though. I'm sorry, sir. As far as our side goes, I don't think it's going to work. The soldiers seem to be a bit divided over what to do here and who we're supposed to be fighting right now. But I'll try. The secretary swore to himself. Damn bureaucracy. 143Z. The fighter planes roared overhead and began dropping bombs on the missile complex. Dust and tiles rained down on the two men in the missile bunker. Moon Wan laughed bitterly. Well, they found us. The only problem is that the defenses around the silos are too strong for them to break through, even with their explosives. His eyes suddenly widened as he realized a possible solution, a stroke of luck, it seemed. Open the lids of the silos manually and not have the computer open them 5 seconds before launch. Let them drop bombs in. They'll destroy the half-fueled missiles. Li Yang raced to the control panel and issued the commands to the computer. The computer beeped, and green lights appeared over the symbols for the silos. The missiles were exposed. Something occurred to him as he sat down. You know, those missiles are probably fairly near here. We can't get into the silos themselves, but I suspect that with all that rocket fuel and high explosive running around, not to mention those loads of uranium balls prepped by the Ministry of Magic, we're probably going to be blown away when the missiles blow up. Moon Wan nodded. It's a risk we'll have to take, Li Yang. The danger is too great. Besides, stay optimistic. This bunker was designed to withstand a lot of stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if we survive the explosion. -0149Z, the reconnaissance helicopter screamed into the intercom. We've got silos opening up in the ground. I think the missiles are getting ready to launch. The man in charge of the raid reacted immediately. Now's our chance. Where are they? 5 kilometers away, heading 211, sir. I see 7 hatches opening up. The commander screamed into the radio. Attention, all bombers and helicopters. There are 7 silos with open hatches 5 kilometers away at heading 211. Drop your bombs in and get out. We've got 10 minutes, -0152Z. The 7 ballistic missiles were just about ready to start their final countdown when the bombs fell into the silos and detonated. The explosions detonated the rocket fuel, destroying the missiles. A kilometer away, the walls of the launch bunker cracked as the shock wave hit home. Moon Wan gave his comrade a high five. They had prevented nuclear war, at least for now. However, Li Yang didn't return it. Instead, he headed off to a console. What the hell are you doing, Li Yang? Moon Wan cut his sentence short immediately when he realized what Li Yang had done. He had resealed the tops of the silos. Within seconds, all 7 indicators were red. When that was done, Li Young nodded and returned the high five. We've saved the world indeed, my friend, especially now that since the tops of the silos are sealed, the radiation won't leak out. Lucius's plan had been foiled. However, the world was still not out of the woods. Thousands of miles away in London, Big Ben showed 10, 16, and it was still counting backwards. Chapter 223, God Save the Queen. Thursday, June 20, 1996. 5 hours to time 1000's Al-Qaeda headquarters location, classified Democratic People's Republic of Korea Atlantis alert status. DEFCON 1 asterisk warning. Major character death. The Sheik didn't like the look on Arif Khoury's face. The Pakistani Death Eater, who normally seemed unflappable, looked absolutely horrified. The Sheik knew that Voldemort had been killed, but the wizards running Al-Qaeda were still alive. If all else failed, they could just leave North Korea and go back to Pakistan or somewhere else safe. He frowned. Arif, what's going on? What's wrong? Khoury's response caught the Sheik completely off guard. It appears that Dialonis, Dumbledore, and the rest of the world have finally remembered that there are more of us out there other than Voldemort. There are rumors of an international dragnet getting organized to pick up the rest of the Death Eaters. We may be in jeopardy, Sheik. Let's hope the Fidelius holds here. The Sheik shrugged. Both Al-Qaeda and Hamas have worked without wizards before, Arif. We'll do it again. Khoury nodded. I agree. However, there's only one problem. Without wizards, we have no one-way detonate our nukes, and I highly doubt that they'll let us keep our nuclear material. The Sheik froze when he realized what that meant. Are you telling me? Khoury nodded. Yes, Sheik. It's use them or lose them. How many do you have? Do you need more? The discussion continued for a couple of hours. Although the Sheik was happy that Hamas and Al-Qaeda had finally graduated to nuclear terrorism against civilian targets, he was still a bit worried that the world would blow up before either organization reaped the fruit of its labors. 1041's Oval Office. Travis Radner marched into the Oval Office with a look of relief on his face. Well, Mr. President, it's over. Voldemort's dead, and they're starting to round up the North Korean Death Eaters. Things should be calming down soon, I hope. Clinton nodded. That's a relief, Travis. Hopefully the riots will start to cool off as things go back to normal. I'll keep the martial law declaration in force for the time being, however. That's a good idea. At any rate, more information has just come in. Lucius's Malfoy's rogue missile launch into the south appears to have been thwarted at the last moment by aircraft from both countries who dropped weapons into the silos in a frantic attempt to prevent a nuclear exchange. Although you already knew that, what we didn't realize is that we owe 2 North Korean missile launch technicians a great deal of gratitude. Not only did they stand up to Malfoy and the North Korean government when they were ordered to launch the missiles, but they went out of their way to open the lids of the silos so that the raiding party could get at the half-fueled missiles. Those 2 men may have single-handedly prevented World War Roman III. Clinton looked out the window. Let's hope that it stays prevented, as things still seem a bit dicey out there. I'm particularly concerned about one person. Radner raised his eyebrows. Really? Who? Arif Khoury. He's a Death Eater. He's running Al-Qaeda, and he's linked to a large cell of Death Eaters somewhere in India. That's the cell which produced Dilmy and Damil. He must realize that with Voldemort dead and the Death Eaters being hunted down, his back is against the wall. If I were him, I would execute magical and nuclear terrorist attacks, and do it soon, to make sure that I'm still around to see the results. Radner's jaw dropped. Jesus Christ, Mr. President, I hadn't thought about that. You may be right. Hell, you must be right. I'll see what I can do. That would be most appreciated, Travis. Have you been able to gather any new information as to whether or not Voldemort was telling the truth about those 725 KT nukes and the single big one? Do you think he kept his word about calling off the detonations? Radner bit his lip. We may have a problem, Mr. President. You see, I would expect that if Voldemort used the Fidelius charm, he assigned himself to be the secret keeper and still intends to set the bombs off. That makes sense. However, one of the problems with the Fidelius charm is that if the secret keeper dies before divulging the secret to anyone, the secret is lost forever, and no one will be able to find the hidden objects. Clinton grunted. You mean to tell me that they may be impossible to find? Normally, that would be true. However, remember what happened to the cup. The object is likely phasing in and out of existence because Voldemort didn't have a complete soul when he cast the spell. This means that although the nukes may still be vulnerable, they're going to be hard to find. When do you think they'd detonate, if they existed? How would he be able to set them off? Radner explained. There's such a thing as a death curse, Mr. President. A wizard can cause powerful magical effects to take place within 24 hours after his death. It's quite possible that those bombs are set to explode through the death curse and will do so within, what is it, 13 hours? If that's the case, I'd recommend that you evacuate the White House. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the targets is here, or the remaining 2 towns in the 4 towns district. Boston may want to be alerted. Again. Clinton nodded. I'll keep that in mind, see if you can get more information on where the targets are. Who do you think is getting the big one? Radner thought about it for a moment. Well, it would have to be someone who helped in the attack that killed him, he said as much. The big one would likely be sent after a very hard-to-reach target, one which would likely be a major inconvenience to the rest of his. Radner's eyes suddenly widened. Oh my God, of course. I hadn't thought about that. It makes sense, though. Clinton stared at Radner. What's the target for the big bomb? Atlantis. He's going to destroy Atlantis. Voldemort knows where it is, as do most high-ranking wizards. It's underwater and it's got lots of magical protection. If anyone is going to be able to organize the wizards enough to finish off the Death Eaters all around the world, it's Atlantis. I'm sorry, Mr. President, but I have to get out of here and start warning people. 1054 Zatlantes. Dialanis was screaming at the rest of the wizards in the room. I don't care what you do. If that bomb exists, find it. One of the wizards offered a suggestion. Dialanis shook his head. I can't, Carl. I can't go to Judgment Day unless there's a 30% chance of the end of civilization, and right now we're at 12%. 1138 Z Ministry of Magic London. No one was getting any work done. Scrimgeour had tried to get everyone to go back to work, failed miserably, and eventually given up, and turned the atrium into a huge dance hall so that people could celebrate the death of Voldemort. Nigel Marcellus, eager to introduce the wizards to Muggle music, had brought a bunch of tapes from the 80s and 90s. The wizards were being entranced by songs like Aerosmith's Rag Doll, Erasure's Chains of Love, and Nirvana's Smells Like Teen Spirit. For the first time in history, Muggle cameras had been permitted into the Ministry of Magic. The reporters were commenting that the scene reminded them of a teenage slumber dance party with everyone wearing pajamas. Mafalda Hopkirk had been forced to hurry back to her office to find some more makeup. She put it on as quickly as she could, because the cute guy in the potions department had asked her to dance. The lower levels of the ministry were almost completely deserted, and she was alone in the elevator as it made its way back up to the atrium. The doors opened to the sound of Pump Up the Jam. Mafalda was in the process of racing out the door when she stepped on something warm, slipped, and fell on her rear end. Wondering what she had stepped on, she looked behind her and saw 2 little balls rolling across the dance floor. She frowned. She'd never heard of warm metal before. Then all thoughts of the strange balls vanished from her head as her dream boy came to pick her up off the floor 11:58 ZT minus 10 minutes. Round and round. What comes around goes around. I'll tell you why. The 2 balls of uranium, which had been kicked around mercilessly by the stomping feet, had finally had enough. Slowly but surely, they rose into the air and began hovering in the center of the atrium, up near the decorated roof 12:05 ZT minus 3 minutes. Brian Henderson dropped his lunch and stared at the odd cloud formation hovering over the reputed location of the Ministry of Magic. It looked like a skull with a snake coming out of its mouth. It was the Dark Mark Voldemort sign. That couldn't be good. A few blocks away, Big Ben was reporting 12:03. What the hell was going on with that clock? 1206 ZT minus 2 minutes. It's the end of the world as we know it. The engorgios activated, and the two balls suddenly ballooned in size to the point where they were visible to everyone else in the dance hall. They weren't visible for long, however, as they were immediately covered with mirrors and turned into disco balls. Colored specks of light began circling the room 12:07 ZT minus 60 seconds. Nigel Marcellus excused himself and headed back to his office to look for more tapes. He paused, however, when he saw an image of Voldemort speaking to him. Nigel froze. Had Voldemort survived after all, people would be very angry to hear this. He stopped in front the image and listened to what Voldemort had to say. It took him only 20 seconds for him to realize what Voldemort had planned, and he started running back to the dance hall to warn everyone. There was only one problem. The elevator wasn't there, and it took more than 40 seconds to get to his level. God save the Queen, he thought T minus 10 seconds. No one noticed that the disco balls were glittering ominously above them all of a sudden, and that Nigel Marcellus was trying to get in touch with somebody. Send me an angel, right now, right now, right now. The disco balls suddenly shrank to points, and 52 kilotons of nuclear energy suddenly let loose in the atrium. Chapter 224, Jesus, Mary, Joseph. Thursday, June 20, 1996, 02:53. 00 to time 01207 Z. Granger and Granger Dental Associates, 4 miles east of the Ministry of Magic London Atlantis alert status. DEFCON 1 Hermione Granger watched as her mother worked on the patient. She didn't want her mind to go to waste during the summer, so she figured she'd get some experience helping her parents' dental practices in the real world. One of the advantages of being a brilliant Muggle-born witch was that it was quite possible for her to get a job either in the Ministry of Magic or as a dentist. After all, both her parents were dentists, and she had been thinking of going to medical school before she had been informed that she was a witch. Obviously, she wouldn't work on the patient herself. Most of the time, she was doing stuff more suited for an intern, filing paperwork and so forth. She couldn't officially work there, of course. However, helping out with her family a couple of times a month in the summer could be quite helpful when it came time for her to find her first Muggle job. Her mother's office faced east, away from downtown London and the site of the Ministry of Magic. Deciding that it was time for a break, Hermione took a look out the window. The buildings glowed brightly in the sunlight. She was about to turn back to her clerical work when suddenly the buildings glowed much brighter, as if someone had illuminated their western sides with a giant torch. What the bloody hell was that? Curious, she headed over to the other side of the building to see what had happened. Behind her, smoke began to rise from the newly illuminated buildings. She was halfway down the hall when she saw the mushroom cloud rising over the center of the city. Ground Zero appeared too in the general vicinity of the Ministry of Magic. She had a brief glimpse of what appeared to be a dark mark hovering over Ground Zero before it was obliterated by the roiling cloud. Someone screamed, and it took Hermione a few seconds to realize that it had been her. By the time she had caught her breath, she could see the shock wave coming at her across the landscape, flattening everything in its path. She did the only thing that she could think of, jump out of the hallway and into the ladies' room, which thankfully did not have a west-facing window. No sooner had she done that than the shock wave hit the building. She heard the windows shatter, and a fraction of a second later, the entire structure visibly shuddered. One of the fluorescent bulbs hanging from the ceiling of the bathroom fell to the floor and shattered on the tiles. She could not believe it. Voldemort had used his death curse to nuke London and avenge himself on Sirius Black. That was the only explanation she could think of. It explained so many things. Big Ben counting backwards, the dark mark hovering over the Ministry of Magic. Hermione brought herself back to reality with a jolt. Forget Voldemort for now. Right now she had to survive. It suddenly dawned on her that the wind was blowing from the west, and she was located to the east of Ground Zero. Within a matter of minutes, this area would be overrun with fallout. She did the only thing she could think of. Throwing caution to the winds, she brought out her wand. No one could fault her for using magic outside of school in a situation like this, and cast a spell to protect the office complex from outside gas and dust. She had done well on the owls, and was thankful that they had mentioned that spell in the lessons. Figuring that would hold off the fallout for the time being, she raced back into her mother's office to see her and the patient staring at each other in confusion. Her mother said, "What the bloody hell?" That was when the patient pointed out the window. "Look." Hermione's mother turned to the window and saw the shock waves slowly petering out. Several poorly designed buildings collapsed, and a couple more caught on fire. She dropped her tooth cleaner in disbelief. "What the hell, Hermione? What just happened?" Hermione burst into tears. Voldemort just detonated a nuclear bomb in the area of the Ministry of Magic. I saw the dark mark in the sky over the ministry just before the mushroom cloud obliterated it. Her mother stared at her. "You've got to be kidding. I thought that bloke was dead." Hermione could barely continue. "He hit us with a death curse, Mum. He took revenge on Sirius Black, a Briton, for killing him." Her mother swore, something she normally didn't do. "A nuclear explosion in London, with wars going on all over the world. I've got a bad feeling about this." Hermione interrupted her. "Mum, we'll deal with that later. I'd recommend getting everyone in the surrounding area into this building as quickly as possible. You see, we're downwind of the blast." The patient stared at her. "Fallout, bloody God, as if blowing up the whole downtown wasn't bad enough." Hermione nodded. "Assuming this building stays up, I'll have to cast a spell to strengthen it. I've already cast an enchantment which will prevent gas and dust from entering this office complex. However, you've likely only got a few minutes. It starts raining down over here. Hurry. Dress up in those X-ray suits that should give you at least some protection and start gathering people. Does this place have a fallout shelter? If so, get everyone down there. Fast. -1207 Zalert Shack, 493rd Fighter Squadron, 48th Fighter Wing, RAF Lakenheath, Suffolk 80 miles north of London." "Damn it, I thought you weren't supposed to jerk it while on alert," grumbled Captain Jason McNamara, holding up the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition, which looked like it came from somebody's flooded basement. "Dude, gross, I bet it was one of the maintenance troops," replied Captain Harry Potsdam. "No, they aren't that depraved." The two looked at each other and said "ordies" at the same time. Right then, the horn went off. The two pilots jumped up from the desk and slid down the fire pole one after the other. They and their ground crews raced to the F-15C Eagle fighters sitting in the alert hangars. Both had fuel tanks on the wings and belly, 4 AIM-120A missiles on the sides of the fuselage, and 4 AIM-9M Sidewinder missiles on the wings, on both sides of the wing tanks. They climbed into their cockpits and were wheels up and supersonic within 3 minutes. 1209 Z Norad Chain Mountain. Bradley Shep stared at the monitor, which was reporting another nuclear explosion. Current yield estimate was 50 plus 3 KT. Shit, he thought. It looks like they've figured out how to make bigger bombs. Either that, or they tried blowing up 2 in one place. He looked at the coordinates and frowned. The location didn't look good. It seemed to be in Britain somewhere, and the longitude value was just about 0. Bringing up a map of England on his computer, he overlaid the coordinate grid on top of the map. For the first time, he could see where Ground Zero had been. Jesus, Mary, Joseph, 1210 Zoval Office. Mr. President, this is NORAD. We've picked up a 50 kT nuclear explosion in downtown London. I repeat, downtown London. Preliminary analysis of data indicates a detonation between 25 and 50 feet underground. We're estimating at least 100,000 dead, possibly more. Clinton dropped the phone and fell to his knees. No, please no. It took him a good 10 seconds for him to get off his knees and summon the wherewithal to respond to the general's message. You've got to be kidding. Negative, so confidence is high, and we've picked up a seismic signature. Who did it? I suspect Al-Qaeda, sir. They're notorious for using kiloton nukes like this, as you know. Other possibilities are North Korea and Hamas. Find out and do so fast, and get me Radner and the Joint Chiefs. Yes, sir. He sure hoped the world would stay calm enough long enough to prevent World War Roman III. For the first time in his presidency, he seriously considered evacuating the White House. He knew one thing for certain, however. At least one of Voldemort's purported bombs had existed. He didn't recall any 50 kT devices, but it suddenly dawned on him that it could have been a fizzle on the 1MT device. He shuddered to think that it could have been worse, and that Atlantis was busy chasing a red herring. 1210 Zatlantis. Atlantis was nearly overrun by people trying to talk to him at the same time. Had one of them found the bomb? If so, he had to disarm it quickly. The Grand Mugwump held up a hand and pointed at the nearest courier. All right, Ursula, report. Did you find the bomb? The witch's words tumbled out in one breath. Not yet, Grand Mugwump. However, we've just received word of a 50 kT nuclear explosion underneath downtown London. We suspect it detonated in the Ministry of Magic. I can't get in touch with Scrimgeour, Hopkirk, Thickness, or anyone there. I think they're all dead, sir. The reports indicate that the dark mark was seen above the ministry before the bomb went off. Dionysus gaped at her. What? Who did it? When? It happened about a minute ago, sir. We're thinking it's Voldemort's death curse. The other option is Al-Qaeda, but I don't see any reason Al-Qaeda would want to attack the British Ministry of Magic per se. They'd have likely wanted to detonate the bomb on the surface or in the air to cause the most damage. Aye. She was pushed out of the way by a frantic astrologer Benevento waving a sheet of parchment in his face. 25%, sir. 1 in 4. At the rate things are going, we're probably going to hit 30% within the hour. Dionysus closed his eyes. Visions of falling stars danced once more in his head. When he opened them, his face was as hard as stone. Figure out where the hell those time-turners are. I don't care if you have to dig through dust-covered cabinets in the basement for an hour. Find them, and let's hope we don't need them. And keep an eye out for that bomb we could be next. 1211 Z Massachusetts Turnpike Western, Massachusetts. The news flash interrupted the programming on WBZ. I repeat, there has been a nuclear explosion in downtown London. We have reason to believe that it may be a parting gift from the dark wizard Voldemort. Aye. The cars stuck in the traffic jam, which hadn't moved more than a couple of feet over the past 30 minutes, finally gave up. Cars' doors opened all across I-90, and people started running for their lives, figuring that their feet would make better progress than their cars. 1212 ZSD. Peter's Basilica, Vatican City. Both popes, Suleiman I, and the Dalai Lama all stood on the balcony together, exhorting the faithful of the world to pray once again for peace and forgiveness. Suleiman, recalling Samuel's ominous last words, wondered if it was too late. 1215 Salem Witches Academy, Enfield, Massachusetts. Persephone Ariadne, Deputy Secretary of Magic, called an emergency session for all the heads of the regional departments of magic. There's been a nuclear explosion in London. Seal off all the regional headquarters of the Department of Magic and hope that the world doesn't blow up in our faces. 1215 Zeeth, Borough, Great Britain. Arthur Weasley didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. He was sad that his son had been killed by the Death Eaters. However, Fred's death had forced Percy into taking bereavement leave from the ministry, saving him from the nuclear blast. 1216, Pyongyang, Dumbledore's jaw dropped. What? What did you say? The Korean commander shook, but he replied, Voldemort just destroyed your Ministry of Magic and most of downtown London with his death curse, two of those little nuclear bombs. If I were the Prime Minister or whoever's running the show now, I'd blow Pyongyang off the map. I wouldn't be surprised if the retaliatory strike is in flight right now. Can you do something to prevent the city from being destroyed? Dumbledore shook his head. No, Commander. No magic is strong enough to stop a nuclear explosion. We'd have to shoot down the missiles in flight somehow, which means we'd need to know where they are. Can you supply that information? No, sir. We have not yet confirmed a retaliatory strike. Dumbledore looked around the room. In the case, I'd recommend that we evacuate to a safe distance and see what we can do to stop an incoming strike. 1217 Zoval office. Travis Radner looked at the coordinates and nodded. Yes, Mr. President. That's the Ministry of Magic, all right. God help us all. And God save the Queen, Prince Charles, and Prime Minister. They were likely all killed in the explosion. Clinton frowned. Who's in charge of England now? Radner thought for a moment. Unless I'm badly mistaken, England is now being ruled by a 14-year-old boy who just got one hell of a birthday present. I sure hope Princess Diana will be able to serve as regent. As far as the Prime Minister goes, I have absolutely no idea. In all likelihood, the British probably don't know either. Hopefully the confusion at the top will make it hard for them to release their nuclear weapons. A retaliatory strike is just the thing we need right now to start World War Roman III. 1230 Zelos Angels-class fast attack submarine US Key West, SSN 722, 500 feet below the surface of the Atlantic Ocean, 50 miles off the coast of North Carolina. Sir, this just came off the elf. Thank you, son. He read the message, which ordered him to periscope depth to receive a flash message. Cobb, take us to periscope depth. Aye, sir. Helm, make your depth 70 feet, 10-degree rise on the Fairwater Plains, all ahead 1/3. Amid the acknowledgments from the 19-year-old helmsman charged with maneuvering the $2.5 billion attack sub, Commander Blanchett turned to the radio man. Jonesy, you ready to receive? Aye, sir. Sounds serious. It's starting to seem that way, Jonesy. Once the boat reached periscope depth, the transmitters received the radio flash traffic and converted it to a form that could be read. The printer printed out the sheet. Communications mate Jones handed the sheet to the commander. Flash message from Sincusakamto. All Usacom units. NCA, JCS, NORAD, CIA, NSA, SACOM, ARC, Usuacom, 6th Fleet, 7th Army, USAF, PACOM. 1. It has been confirmed that 1 radiological device has been detonated in downtown London, United Kingdom. 2. Casualties are estimated to be risk of fallout high. Detonation occurred on ground 3. It is unknown who carried out attack 4. It is believed that the British government is no longer in existence. It is unknown who is in control of United Kingdom. 5. Units belonging to Astracom are ordered to DEFCON 2 readiness. All Aslanfleet units currently at sea are ordered to assist British naval forces. All Usuacom units ordered to assist British Unit 6. All units cleared to engage and destroy forces attempting to disrupt Mission 7. All units assisting British forces are advised to be alert to any suspicious activity occurring within your area of responsibility. 8. Good luck and good hunting. Signadatum RW Mise, Sincusacam. Flash message from Comsablanto, Commander Key West, SSN 722. 1. Previous orders to transit to Hawaii are rescinded. 2. You are now ordered to steam at best possible speed to Subbase Kings Bay, Georgia 3. RN SSBN HM's Vanguard is present at Kings Bay for loading of special stores 4. After loadout is completed, escort Vanguard to North Atlantic 5. Protect Vanguard at all costs. 6. Send acknowledgement that this message has been received. 7. Good luck and Godspeed. Signed Vadam T. Parker, cum sublent. Jesus Christ, Blanchett muttered. Give me the 1MC. Now hear this, now hear this. This is the captain. A short while ago, enemy forces of an unknown origin detonated a nuclear device in downtown London, United Kingdom. The country's leadership has been eliminated, including the Queen. Our orders to sail to Hawaii have been rescinded. We have now been ordered to sail to Kings Bay, Georgia at the best possible speed, and escort a Royal Navy boomer to the North Atlantic. I have every confidence that the crew of this boat will carry out these orders fully and with the professionalism expected of the United States Navy. Our British cousins are relying on us in their time of need. We cannot fail. Our respective nations are counting on us. He turned off the PAR system and turned to the chief of the boat. Cobb, dive to 300 feet, all ahead flank. Dive to 300 feet, all ahead flank, aye, sir. Helm, dive to 300 feet, 10 degrees down on the Fairwater Plains, all ahead flank. Minus 1,250 Z Spruance class destroyer US Spruance, DD 963, somewhere in the Baltic Sea. Flash traffic for you, sir, the young boatswain's mate said as he handed the message to Commander Nick Kettering. Commander Kettering read the message, then reached for the ship phone. Zoe, come to the bridge. Executive Officer Commander Michael Finley walked in. Bosun, get the Zoe some coffee, cream, 2 sugars, and if you run into a chief, tell him to call the captain on the bridge. Aye, skipper. Kettering handed Finley the message. What do you think of this, Mike? Dear Lord, when did this happen? This isn't a drill, right? This actually happened. Yeah, it did. I had one of the radio men tune into the BBC on the shortwave. Got the Scotland station. It's bad, Mike. Hiroshima times 10, and that's because of the population density alone. We know who did it. No, but we can rule out the Ruskies. They've been in shambles after the Soviet Union collapsed, and we would have caught them crossing the Geok Gap. Norad would have screamed holy hell about any missiles coming over. I think it's related to that warning order we got a few days ago about the death curse. Damn. Okay, what are our orders? Accompany any British ships in the area to the UK, and if anybody tries to stop us, blow them out of the water. Sounds straightforward enough. Damn straight, Mike. Best orders I've ever had. Looks like we're coming up on the Southampton. Kettering turned to the radio man. Contact the Southampton. Request to pass them close aboard on the port side. The sailor acknowledged and made the transmission letter from a Royal Navy sub-lieutenant on the Hem Southampton, D90, dated 22 June 1996, Dear Dad. Well, we are still out at sea, with little direction as to what our next priority is. We have spent every day since the attacks going back and forth within imaginary boxes drawn in the ocean, standing high-security watches and trying to make the best of our time. It hasn't been that fun, I must confess, and to be even more honest, a lot of people are frustrated at the fact that they either can't be home or we don't have more direction right now. We have seen the articles and the photographs, and they are sickening. Being isolated as we are, I don't think we appreciate the full scope of what is happening back home, but we are definitely feeling the effects. About 2 days ago, the junior officers were called to the bridge to conduct ship-handling drills. We were about to do a man overboard when we got a call from the Spruance, DD 963, an American warship that was participating in the exercises with us. They were moored ahead of us in Plymouth, and we got together for a cookout on our fantail and made good friends. Now at sea, they called over on bridge to bridge, requesting to pass us close up on our port side to say goodbye. We prepared to render them honors on the bridgewing, and the captain told the crew to come topside to wish them farewell. As they were making their approach, our conning officer announced through her binoculars that they were flying the Union flag. As they came even closer, we saw that it was flying at half-mast. The bridgewing was crowded with people, as the boatswain's mate blew 2 whistles attention to port the ship came up alongside. and we saw that the entire crew of the American ship were manning the rails in their dress blues. They had made up a sign that was displayed on the side that read, "We stand by you." Needless to say, there was not a dry eye on the bridge as they stayed alongside us for a few minutes, and we cut our salutes. It was probably the most powerful thing I have seen in my entire life, and more than a few of us fought to retain our composure. It was a beautiful day outside today. We are no longer at liberty to divulge over unsecure post our location, but we could not have asked for a finer day at sea. The United States Navy did an incredible thing for this crew, and it has truly been the highest point in the days since the attacks. After the ship pulled away and we prepared to begin our man overboard drills, the officer of the deck turned to me and said, "I'm staying, Navy. I'll write you when I know more about when I'll be home, but for now, this is probably the best news that I could send you." Chapter 225. Long Live the King. Thursday, June 20, 1996, 02:39. 00 to time 01221, Z Royal Large Windsor, Berkshire, Great Britain. Atlantis alert status. DEFCON 1. Prince Andrew couldn't believe what he had just heard. "What did you say?" The courier shook as he delivered the report. "London has been hit with a nuclear blast, Your Highness. It appears that Voldemort decided to avenge his death at the hands of Sirius Black using a death curse. Ground Zero was in the Ministry of Magic, as far as we can tell. The device's yield is estimated to be about 50 KT, and hundreds of thousands of people are dead. There's a bloody big crater where the ministry was, and the Thames had flooded into it. A tidal wave blasted its way up and down the river and knocked out several bridges miles from Ground Zero. Fallout is drenching the eastern parts of the city, and people are being evacuated into an office complex which appears to have been protected by the fallout by a magical spell." Prince Andrew breathed a sigh of relief. "Dumbledore or Scrimgeour, thank God." "I don't think it's Scrimgeour, Your Highness. He was supposedly in the ministry when the bomb went off, so he's gone. Dumbledore is in Korea right now." "Who cast the spell then?" "I'm not sure. The first fallout shield went up seconds after the blast. Seconds later, an object which looked like a glowing white otter emerged from the office complex and began contacting people we know to be in Dumbledore's army. Wizards began teleporting in a hurry and began enlarging the shielded area. There is probably enough room now to protect 50,000 people or more. Now, some of the more recent arrivals may have already received some radiation poisoning, but it won't get any worse." "That's good to know. Where's the center of the shield?" "The Ravenwood Office Complex, Your Highness. It consists of the Code Monkey Software Company, a food pantry supermarket, and Granger Dental Associates. With the supermarket inside the bubble and wizards supposedly able to duplicate objects, I don't think we're going to have to worry about food poisoning for a while in the fallout zone. And there are already reports that X-ray suits designed to minimize radiation exposure are reproducing like rabbits." Andrew nodded approvingly. "Whoever cast that initial spell and organized the response is getting the Obe for it and possibly a royal title. All right, let's hear the rest of it. Where are the Queen and John Major?" "They're both gone, Your Highness. They were in Buckingham Palace and 10 Downing when the bomb went off. Prince Charles was in Buckingham as well." Andrew went down the list of succession, and something slowly dawned on Andrew. If he had custody of the kids at the time, and the kids were in Buckingham Palace. The courier shook his head. "The kids are all right, Your Highness. They were out with Dee on one of her landmine crusades in Vietnam. William has the throne." Andrew grunted. "William is 14. There's no way he can serve as acting monarch. Harry is even younger. Guess that means I'm going to have to take charge for the time being. Would you be willing to accept me as William's regent for the time being?" "I suspect Diana will be the official regent once the crisis is settled after all. She's the king mother, but she's got no military experience." The courier nodded. "That makes sense, Your Highness. A wise decision." Thank you, you can tell the citizens of the kingdom that they're in good hands. Now we need to figure out who gets to be Prime Minister. Once we choose the PM, I'm going to make some recommendations to him. He may not like them, but I'm not going to let the Queen, Major, and 100,000 Londoners die in vain. Minus 1,223, Zhou Kai Min, City Vietnam, Prince William was bored. Granted, he liked to travel and hang out with his brother. However, he didn't know that many people out here, and he was sick of hearing his mother talk about landmines. There was suddenly a commotion outside his room. His mother was talking to a whole bunch of guards and Vietnamese officials, and everyone seemed shocked and frightened. What had just happened? Did one of the mines blow up in one of the humanitarians' faces? Finally, his mother walked into the room with a haunted expression on her face. "Children, I need to talk to you. There's been an explosion in London. Many people have been killed, including your grandmother and father." Both kids looked at each other for a moment, and then they started crying. Diana couldn't blame them. Hell, she couldn't stand Prince Charles anymore, yet she still wasn't happy he was dead. She hugged both of them and then lowered her voice. "We're going to have to head over to a safe location. Hurry up and let's go." William looked at him in confusion. But with the Queen gone, who's going to be in control of the... Suddenly, his eyes went wide. He knew what the answer would be. Diana looked at him intently. "You are, Your Majesty. Long live King William V." William looked at his brother. Harry looked as stunned as he was. He knew he'd become king, but... Diana went on. "Andrew and I are going to help organize a regency committee. Since you're underage, we'll take care of everything. I'm sorry, children, but it looks like you're going to have to grow up a little more quickly than we had hoped." Minus 1,226 Jefes rail. The 3 balls of uranium appeared out of nowhere, evenly distributed above the city. They suddenly expanded to about 10 times their original size, then vanished. The city was still intact, however. This was not due to a defect in the spellcasting. The wizard assigned to Hamas had done everything properly, and there had been no unusual shields protecting the city from attack. This was because instead of the compressio spell to trigger the nuclear explosion, the wizard had applied an Evanesco spell to dissolve the balls into a spray of atoms and spread them over a wide area. The vast majority of people never noticed the balls appearing and disappearing over the city. For a good 5 to 10 minutes, nothing happened. People went about their normal routines, occasionally listening to news reports of fighting in Jerusalem and evacuation drills in Tel Aviv. However, their peace was short-lived. 10 minutes after the balls disappeared, Geiger counters started crackling all over the city. It didn't take long to realize for the residents of Haifa to realize that the city had just become the first populated area to be hit with a large-scale dirty bomb. Minus 1,230 Z-Royal Large. Michael Heseltine, having just been elevated to Prime Minister by the Regent, spoke to the people in the war room. "Prince Andrew has just released 1 nuke, I repeat 1 nuke, for a punitive operation. They attacked us and killed hundreds of thousands of people and were going to retaliate. I want you to send a message to Pyongyang. Either they stop the war against the South immediately and start paying us reparations for Riddle's attack, or we're going to respond in kind. I want you to ready a 50-kiloton nuke, 1 nuke, and only one, and launch it at Pyongyang when I give the signal." One of the other cabinet members tried to talk him out of it, but Heseltine would have no part of it. "That's why we're using 1 nuke, Richard. 1. Had we wanted to start World War Roman III, we'd have glassed the entire country." Minus 1,233 Z Beijing, China. The premier of China, prompted by the Death Eater imperiousing him, nearly jumped out of his shoes when he heard the report. "What? Britain is thinking of nuking Pyongyang back, even though the man who triggered the bomb is dead. We can't let that happen to our communist ally, and we need to convince those madmen in what's left of London to not start a nuclear war." "Well, I know how to handle that. Send a message to Heseltine. Tell them to back down. If they back down from their missile launch, we'll leave them alone. If they don't and choose war over peace, then they'll get war. They nuke Pyongyang and will spray the whole Western world with nukes of our own. Surely they won't be stupid enough to launch with us breathing down their necks. There was a reason mutually assured destruction could have been seen as mutually assured deterrence. Minus 1,247 Atlantes, Atlantis raced into the room, but it was too late. Joe Benevento was dead, killed by his own curse. In his hand was a small slip of parchment dated 1244Z. It had one number on it, 30.2%. Atlantis swallowed. For the first time in 3,600 years, and the third time in the history of the human race, the 30% barrier had been breached. Judgment Day was upon them. The blazing hammer of Ra had returned in the form of balls of uranium and/or plutonium. Benevento had probably killed himself because he didn't want to see what would happen next. Atlantis sympathized with him completely. However, Atlantis did not have the luxury of suicide. The fate of 6 billion people would very likely hang on the decisions he would make in the next few hours. Chapter 226, Emergency Ascension. Thursday, June 20, 1996, 02:10. 00 to time 01250, Atlantis alert status. Judgment Day imminent. Carl jerked back in shock as a blaze of magical fire burst from the room of prophecy. He wasn't alone, as virtually the entire room reacted in surprise or horror. 5 minutes earlier, Grand Mugwump Atlantis had burst into the room to figure out what had happened to astrologer Benevento. Atlantis had initially reacted in shock to whatever it was. There was a brief delay, where Carl could have heard a feather drop. Then the fire broke out. Smoke issued from the room, yet Carl was astonished to notice that it didn't seem to have any effect on his ability to breathe. Staring into the smoke, he saw a wall of flame touching a piece of parchment. The parchment, surprisingly, did not catch on fire. All Carl could see was one number on it, 30.2%. Carl fell to his knees when he recognized the symptoms from the legends. This fire would harm anyone or anything related to corruption, dark wizardry, or evil. Good wizards, people who worked for good, and their equipment would not be touched. That ability of the fire to selectively consume fuel, however, was nothing compared to the implications of the display. As far as Carl knew, there was only one object in the magical world known to be able to produce such an effect. The Grand Mugwump's great serpent ring after a declaration of Judgment Day. Judgment Day, son of a bitch, God help us all. Carl looked around the room. Since all of the wizards were working for good, he didn't see any changes. However, the stories claimed that Atlantis bubbles for people other than the Grand Mugwump changed form once Judgment Day was declared. Instead of being transparent, as at DEFCON 2, or simply translucent, DEFCON 1, the bubbles supposedly became one-way mirrors when confronting an enemy. The wizard could see out, but the enemy would just see his own reflection being consumed by flame. The bubbles would behave just like their DEFCON 1 counterparts when facing friends or allies. Dionysus's ceremonial blue robes had turned slate gray, indicating the impartiality of justice. The man had a look of determination and power on his face Carl had never seen before. Indeed, no man had seen such a facial expression for the past 3,600 years. When Dionysus spoke, his voice was amplified to the point where Carl's ears rang. Ladies and gentlemen, our worst nightmare has come to pass. We have just breached the 30% barrier, according to the late astrologer Benevento. Judgment Day is upon us. The current estimates have a 60% chance of global thermonuclear war and a 50% chance that such a war would end civilization. That's 30%. As of this moment, all conversations are being recorded for posterity. History must know what will happen this day. If, as we hope, the human race survives this crisis, this knowledge will be transmitted all over the world. There was a long pause. Carl heard one woman sobbing behind him. Dionysus turned to Carl and spoke out of his corona of fire. First things first. Carl, what's the story with the Death Eater who took over in China? I thought we agreed to get rid of him and mounted an attack against him. We can't have him firing on the British if Heseltine tries to retaliate against North Korea. Come to think of it, we need to stop Heseltine as well. Carl had to look away from the flames they were blinding. Drawing a deep breath, he said, "Sir, we've got a problem. The Chinese Death Eater appears to have foreseen the possibility that either us or Dumbledore would go after him. He has warned us that he will use his death curse to detonate the 1MT nuke Voldemort hid here in Atlantis. He said that he will also detonate the weapon if we attempt to interfere with his plans." Dionysus hissed, "Shit, nuclear blackmail." "That's what it looks like, sir. We're still looking for the bomb and haven't found it yet." An awful thought came to Carl. Hesitantly, he asked, "Sir, can the Judgment Day Protocol still be executed if Atlantis is destroyed?" Dionysus's eyes shook his head. "No, Carl, it can't. We need all the resources down here, at least up to the time we start the 30-minute final countdown." Carl didn't like this. Does that mean we can't execute Judgment Day? What happens if we don't execute Judgment Day? Dionysus responded with one word: apocalypse. A woman screamed as Dionysus continued, "Not executing Judgment Day is not an option. As of this moment, everyone here is expendable. The only thing you are to think about is getting us into position to execute the Judgment Day Protocol." "What do we do?" Dionysus thought for a moment. "I'm formulating a plan as we speak. Rest assured that one of the pieces of this plan is going to be the evacuation of all non-essential personnel from this city. If we're going to be destroyed, we're going down fighting. The ordinary civilians leave the city, while the Judgment Day skeleton crew does what it has to do." "What happens if they have a bomb?" "If they destroy Atlantis, DEFCON 1 rules will apply indefinitely for all the evacuees. You can attack anyone with anything, period. If you need to sacrifice your lives in order to save humanity, you are to do so, and that is an order. Read up on your death curses." One of the witches raised her hand. "Sir, how are we all going to evacuate? Apparating through thousands of feet of water is not easy." Dionysus nodded grimly. "I'm aware of that. That is why I am activating the emergency ascension scenario." Carl couldn't believe it. Emergency ascension. "Yes, Carl. Atlantis will see sunlight for the first time in over 2,000 years. Z020000 to times 0 New Delhi, India. The government didn't stand a chance. Had Atlantis sent a few wizards there, the Indians may have been able to put up a better defense. As it was, however, they were caught completely unprepared. In one fell swoop, the entire Indian Death Eater cell materialized in New Delhi. 1,100 dark wizards, realizing that it was only a matter of time until they were rounded up by the Atlantean dragnet branching out from Voldemort, needed to secure as much power as they could to fend off the vengeful Atlanteans. Less than 10 minutes later, the Indian Ministry of Magic and the seat of Muggle government had been taken by Damodharan Dilmi's organization. The Death Eater flag rose over the Parliament building as wands cast beams of light in celebration. Across the border in Pakistan, a Muslims for Humans chapter went absolutely ballistic. They would not tolerate wizards in India. India was bad, and wizards were bad. Indian wizards ruling a country. You couldn't get much worse than that 1302Z015800 to times 0 presidential headquarters Egypt. Hosni Mubarak flinched as Haydar Dagher and Mikkel Oved materialized in his office. Jumping to his feet, he asked, "Who are you? What is the meaning of this?" Dagher didn't mince words. "We are wizards, Mr. President. Judgment Day has arrived, sir. As the modern-day equivalent of the Pharaoh of Egypt, your presence is required on Atlantis to activate the Judgment Day Protocol and save the world from a possible nuclear holocaust." There are 4 keys necessary to do so. Your key, the Sumerian key, now controlled by Saddam Hussein, the head astrologer's key, now controlled by astrologer Endukaku, and the Grand Mugwump's key, now controlled by Anastasios Dialynis. Mubarak hesitated for a moment, and sweat broke out on his face. What are you talking about? I've never heard of some kind of pharaonic key to stop the end of the world. Oved looked sharply at Dagher and then back at the Egyptian. Delicately, the Saudi asked, "Do you at least know where it is?" Mubarak shook his head. "Can't tell you. If it's old enough to involve the pharaohs, I'd recommend looking in the museums. You don't expect that we keep 3,500-year-old relics within easy reach. What does it look like?" Both wizards put their heads on their hands. Dagher looked up at the ceiling and said, "This is not fair." Mikkel Oved was about to respond when suddenly a patroness raced into the room and started babbling something incoherently in Hebrew. The Israeli woman swore furiously and disappeared. Dagher sighed and looked back up at Mubarak with desperation on his face. "Mr. President, we need to find that key and do it now. I am going to ask Dialynis to provide you with as many wizards as you need to find it. The longer we wait, the more likely it is that the world will blow up before we manage to save it." Chapter 227, The Death Eater's Last Stand. Thursday, June 20, 1996, 01:49, 00 to time 01311 Atlantis alert status. Judgment Day imminent. Bill Clinton stared at the Secretary of State in horror. "You're kidding." "I'm afraid not, sir. A large group of Indian Death Eaters, over 1,000, we believe it's the rest of the cell which produced Dilmi and Damil, has taken control of the government in India. At this moment, over 2 billion people are being ruled by Death Eaters." Radno grimaced but nodded. "It makes sense, Mr. President. The Death Eaters are almost completely rounded up in Korea, and the Atlanteans are hurrying to track down the leads as fast as possible to make sure no one escapes. The Indian cells know that time is running out, so they're trying to make sure that they're in as strong a defensive position as possible before the Atlanteans get to them. The same is true for the wizards running Hamas and Al-Qaeda as well, sir. The death of Voldemort has effectively forced all of his minions to go for broke all at the same time. The Hamas attack on Haifa and the takeover of India is part of the Death Eater's last stand." Clinton glared at him. "A last stand which could destroy the world." Radner shook his head. "We hope not, sir. And in fact, Dialynis has authorized a transition to Judgment Day, the highest alert level they have. This level can only be reached when there is a 30% chance of the destruction of civilization, and it has only happened twice before in history, as we know it." "What happens under Judgment Day?" "The wizards get to use much more powerful spells, which are normally classified, including a spell which will incapacitate all enemy wands. It is designed to save the world through what you Muggles will likely consider a deus ex machina. Perhaps one of the most unusual and distinctive features of a Judgment Day operation involves the use of specially equipped time-turners. Time-turners. Devices which allows a wizard to travel through time. This is normally discouraged, as an untrained operator can cause time paradoxes. However, a skilled operator can do amazing things with time-turners. Suffice it to say, the Judgment Day Protocol is effectively Atlantis' nuclear option. The Atlanteans see themselves as the caretakers and guardians of the human race as a whole, sir. Normally, if humanity isn't threatened, they stay out. However, in situations like this, they have to interfere." Clinton's eyes narrowed. A Judgment Day declaration could be abused. What would happen if someone like Voldemort were to declare Judgment Day? The magic would destroy any evildoers, including the declarer. Besides, only the Grand Mugwump, in conjunction with 3 other officials, can declare Judgment Day. I've met Dialynis, and he doesn't have a corrupt bone in his body. Only an upright man can be elected Grand Mugwump, let alone invoke Judgment Day. Clinton sighed. I hope he can do something, because the world surely needs it. The doomsday clock just hit 11:59. I don't think it got that late even during the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Secretary of State's pager rang, and he took the opportunity of the president's conversation with Radnor to answer it. The man swore and turned to face Clinton. The expression on the Secretary of State's face was grim, and the conversation stopped immediately. The Secretary of State relayed the bad news. Sir, we have an urgent update, and it's not good. Clinton braced himself. What is it? Hamas just nuked Tel Aviv. The president trembled in shock as Radnor shook his head in resignation. They've got to use the nukes before the wizards are eliminated. I'm concerned we're going to see a lot of this, Mr. President. I sure hope they don't try nuking Atlantis, because if they do, the city is going to be destroyed. No magic can withstand a nuclear explosion, sir, which reminds me, although the Portkey and apparition barriers are up, I would recommend that you evacuate the White House and head to Cheyenne Mountain. Al-Qaeda hasn't responded yet, and I'm concerned they may have a trick up their sleeves. Clinton thought for a moment, then finally nodded. All right, let's start making the necessary preparations. One more thing. What happens if Atlantis is destroyed before they attempt this Judgment Day action? Radnor shrugged. The end. Z01, 42, 00 to time 0 Hafer. Mikkel Oved was doing her best to coordinate the recovery effort. However, it wasn't working well. About half of the residents of Haifa were fleeing the city by any means possible, be it by boat or hikes up Mt. Carmel. Several of the trees downtown were dying, and hundreds of people were already showing signs of radiation sickness. The Israeli wizards, accompanied by several from Jordan, Turkey, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia, were doing what they could to cater to the needs of the stricken town. Taking the cue from whoever had responded to the fallout in London, they started by creating shelters into which gas and dust could not enter. They then herded all the people into the shelters and started passing out the second half of the London rescue effort, duplicated radiation suits and dental X-ray gowns. The main difference between here and the London fallout scenario was that the radiation had entered the shelters in this case before the shield had gone up. This meant that some people were going to get sick no matter what. The best the wizards could hope for would be to make sure no more radioactive material got into the shelters. The rescue efforts were hampered to some extent by all of the people trying to flee the city. Many of the people were stuck in crowds, unable to head towards the suburbs or the shelters because of the sheer masses of humanity running around. Cars were backed up forever. Minister Oved eventually had to summon more wizards to start turning buses into portkeys and portkeying people away en masse. There was one thing she was concerned about, however. This had been a major attack, and virtually all of the Israeli wizards were here. However, why hadn't Hamas hit Tel Aviv with this attack? It didn't make sense. Tel Aviv would be a much more effective target, especially since a dirty bomb in Haifa would likely carry some of the radioactivity into Lebanon given the wind direction. Fortunately, with all the wizards here. She suddenly froze as the thought sank in. All the wizards and doctors were here. Tel Aviv was unprotected. She was about to start giving orders to send a few people back to watch Tel Aviv when a lookout on Mt. Carmel screamed into a microphone and began to cry. Increasingly troubled, she apparated to the top of the mountain to see what he had seen. From the mountaintop vantage point, she could see far into the distance. The top of a mushroom cloud was barely visible over the horizon. She screamed, "No, minus 1323 Z01, 37, 00 to time 0 Jerusalem." Benjamin Netanyahu was furious. Who did it? Hamas. The aide nodded. Yes, sir. Nuke the bastards. I repeat, nuke them. 25 KT just like this one. The aide bit his lip. We can't use nukes against a terrorist organization, sir. They're too diffused to be destroyed with a nuke. Netanyahu swore. The man was right, of course. Hamas needed to be hit with several thousand one-ton bombs spread over a large area with pinpoint accuracy, not with one big one. Fortunately, there was another option, especially since the wizard who had given Hamas the nukes had been one of Voldemort's underlings. Find the biggest warhead you have and aim it at Pyongyang. If you can't deliver it all the way there, get a wizard. Don't fire until I tell you. And find that damn Hamas wizard. Keep 30% of the people in Haifa, send 60% to Tel Aviv to help rescue people, and send 10% to go after that damn Hamas wizard. Minus 1,324 Z 01 36 00 to time Zerome's victorious Mediterranean Sea 90 miles from Santorini. The submarine's captain stared in disbelief at the flash message. Son of a bitch, Hamas just blew up Tel Aviv with a nuke. The Haifa attack was a feint to get all the Israeli wizards out of the way. The executive officer swore. This is not good. First London, now Tel Aviv. I'd say we've got at least two. One odds we're going to get a nuclear exchange out of this. Do we have authority to use our weapons yet? The captain shook his head. No, Zoe, we have not received permission to use our nukes. However, we can torpedo anything which threatens us. We got at least that leeway from the government. Aye. The sonar operator suddenly clasped his hand over his ears and turned to the captain. Sir, we've got a contact. It's about no, that's impossible. The captain and Zoe both headed over to the console. What is it, Jones? We're detecting something 1,000 meters down, and it's not making any attempt to hide itself, and it's rising slowly. Analysis, Mr. Jones. The sonarman stared the monitors in disbelief. I've never seen anything like this before, sir. Whatever it is, it's now at 980, still coming up at an apparently constant rate. The officers stared at each other and back at the sonarman. Constant? That can't be natural. It's got to be a deep-water sub of some sort. How big is it? What's its profile like? The sonarman crunched more numbers, and his jaw dropped. He repeated the calculations and got the same result. This is impossible. What is it, Mr. Jones? Tell me. The sonarman looked at the captain helplessly. Sir, we're estimating that the object is elliptical, maybe half a kilometer high and a good 10 kilometers across. It's got to be an anomaly of... The sonarman's report was interrupted by the radio operator, who spun to the captain. Sir, we're getting a message. I don't know how we managed to receive it down here, but we got a message. The captain turned to look at the radio man. Peterson, what is it? The radio man looked at the display. Attention, Ms. Victorious. This is Grand Mugwump Anastasios Dialanis of the international wizarding city of Atlantis. Our community of 20,000 wizards has been made aware of the nuclear threat to the human race and will be working to end this threat. We will be surfacing in a matter of moments to cast some potent magical spells and deploy some of our people. Do what you can to ensure that no Muggles interfere. Dialanis out. The rest of the bridge crew looked at each other. Finally, the captain started issuing orders. Helmsman, put us on the roof. I want to talk to the commander. I have no idea who this guy is, and I need to know if I should be shooting at him or for him. The helmsman acknowledged and keyed in the order as the Zoe looked at the captain. Sir, I suspect that this is a friendly. He wouldn't have warned us otherwise. I'll be the judge of that. Let's see what the government has to say and get out of the way of whatever it is. There was suddenly a loud snap, and everyone spun to look at the empty space behind the captain. A space which was empty no longer, occupied by a powerful-looking man, protected by a large bubble ringed with flames, which oddly enough seemed to do no harm to anything on the boat. The visitor bowed. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am Anastasios Dialanis. I am here to answer any of your questions. Chapter 228, Nuclear 9/11. Thursday, June 20, 1996, 01:34. 00 to time 1326, Atlantis alert status. Judgment Day imminent. Dialanis returned to Atlantis. which was a few minutes away from reaching the surface. He had spoken with the British submarine's captain and convinced him to help keep the Muggles away from the city. The captain also agreed to ask his commanding officer for more help if necessary. He had barely set foot in the city when he was accosted by Carl. "Sir, there have been some developments you ought to be aware of. First, we've received a confession by one of the North Korean wizards which were rounded up by Dumbledore and his men. The wizard has admitted, under Veritaserum, that Voldemort's nukes do not exist. There is no 1MT bomb in Atlantis. The Chinese threat has no teeth." Dionysus breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear. Carry on with the surfacing operation. We still need to pick up the two Muggle leaders, for one thing. We also should continue with the evacuation so we don't alert the Chinese to the fact that we've called their bluff. In this case, however, we'll tell all of the civilians to start chasing those damn keys. With 20,000 wizards looking for them, we should be able to find them very quickly." "Very good, sir. However, we've got more problems. Hamas has detonated a nuclear weapon in Tel Aviv, having lured the wizards out of the city with the dirty bomb attack in Haifa. 80,000 people are reported dead already, and fallout is heading towards Nazareth. Israeli wizards are readying a nuclear weapon Portkey to be sent towards Pyongyang." Dionysus swore. "Warn Dumbledore in Pyongyang. Send people over to Jerusalem or wherever it is to stop them. And start the attack on the Chinese Death Eater, -1327 Z01 3300 to ×0 British Sub-Command." The communications operator spun and faced his commanding officer. "Sir, we've just gotten a message from the Victorious. They've been contacted by a wizard named Anastasios Dionysus. An underwater city of 20,000 wizards is rising to the surface and is going to need protection. Dionysus has told the crew to tell us that any protection from the Muggles, while they are carrying out their attempt to stop the fighting, would be most appreciated." The commander stared at the communications operator for a few moments before regaining control of himself. "Alert all NATO members with bases near the Victorious's last reported position and have them send surface ships. We need to give these guys a chance. Z01 31 00 to ×0's Victorious. On the surface at last, virtually the entire crew was standing on the roof of the submarine. They were all watching to the east, where the water was roiling vigorously. A couple of helicopters and fighter jets were watching the area as well. Suddenly, something broke the surface of the Mediterranean. It was a translucent, softly glowing white dome. Its radius of curvature hinted that it was enormous, a good 10 kilometers across. The anomaly continued to rise, and the dome widened rapidly. The leading edge of the anomaly raced towards the submarine, but the captain wasn't worried. He'd spoken with Dionysus and was sure that the sub wasn't going to be hit by the city as it rose. That's when someone with binoculars reported something under the center of the dome. "It looks like a building, so make that too. There's a whole metropolis down there. Why the hell didn't we know about this? I see a flag, sir." The captain turned to him. "What nationality is it?" "It's hard to make out, sir, but it doesn't look like anything we've seen before." "Is it the Dark Mark? I'll be really pissed if we just helped out Voldemort's men." "No, sir. It looks to be a golden serpent biting its own tail on a blue background with rays emanating from it. It looks sort of like a sun." Z01 30 00 to ×0 Beijing, China. The Death Eater didn't have a chance. Before he had a chance to react, 15 robed men surrounded him and blasted green beams at him. Within a matter of minutes, the Chinese premier was shaking his head in confusion and issuing orders to belay all nuclear strikes. The troops which were in Korea were to be sent to assist the Atlanteans 1334Z01 26 00 to ×0 Storage Vaults, Istanbul Archaeological Museum, Istanbul, Turkey. The curator was making his rounds when he saw a soft glow emanating from one of the rooms. Curious, he opened the door and had to cover his eyes. as golden light seared them with amazing intensity. One of the artifacts, a small key, was glowing brightly. They had never figured out what it was for, but they had assumed it was Assyrian given the bearded lion on the end. Puzzled, he went over to pick it up. An electric shock suddenly coursed through his body, and he dropped it. The key clattered to the floor as he rubbed his hand. What the hell? Minus 1337Z012300 to times 0 Moscow. Boris Yeltsin gaped at the courier. Hamas blew up Tel Aviv. The courier nodded. That's right, sir. Netanyahu is furious and is readying a Portkey nuke to be deployed against Pyongyang. Yeltsin didn't know what to do. I'm going to call him. We need to calm everybody down. Minus 1339Z012100 to times 0 Commander, us Washington battle group near Bosnia. The commander swore and turned to the rest of the bridge crew. Plot a course for Santorini, full speed. The helmsman gawked at him. Sir, that's going to take a while. What? That's an order. Yes, sir. Minus 1340Z012000 to times 0 Dath, Ida safe house location, classified Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Arif Kuri nodded grimly. The time for our revenge has come. Send the 2 balls of uranium over, separated by a couple of minutes, so that we can knock out any enemy wizards who try to clean up the mess after the first one goes off. Destination, New York. Z011900 to times 0. Peter's Basilica, Vatican City. John Paul Roman II stared at his aide, and then at the other religious leaders next to him. What are you talking about? I'm sorry for bothering you at a time like this, Holiness, but something odd is happening in one of the storage rooms filled with historical relics. One of the relics is glowing, and I don't know why. I figured you might know because you're a wizard. John Paul's forehead furrowed, while Urban Roman 8 grunted in irritation. I've never heard of such an effect before, Monsignor. What is it? It's a small golden key, Holiness. Its handle is decorated with the crown of Lower Egypt. We've never been able to figure out where it came from, and it wouldn't melt down when we tried to convert it to bullion a few hundred years ago. The Pope grabbed a sheet of paper and jotted down some notes. I'll ask Dionysus about it. Can you bring it over? No, Holiness. I can't touch it. It shocks me when I try to do so. It sounds like it's meant for wizards or perhaps for one specific person. 1345 ZSD. Lawrence River near Ogdensburg, New York, United States of America. Mary Carroll was out in her sailboat, fishing for trout, when she was thrown from her feet when the boat slammed into an invisible wall about halfway across the river. Pulling bait out of her hair, she looked around in confusion. What had she hit? The only thing that she could think of was that Radner or Ettel, the Canadian Minister of Magic, had put up some kind of shield around their country's border. After all, the border between the United States and Canada was in the middle of the river. She surveyed the scene, but couldn't see any normal obstacles in sight. The only thing she could see was the town of Prescott, Ontario, maybe 2 miles away, and Ogdensburg, her home, about 4 miles away. Nothing. She was about to dismiss the incident as a hallucination when the invisible wall suddenly flared blue for a second. She blinked as silvery ball the size of a softball materialized out of thin air, bounced off the wall, and splashed into the water back on the Canadian side of the border. The closest boats were 200 feet away. What the hell was this? Was someone trying to hit a baseball across the river? And what was? She was incinerated before she could finish the sentence. Downtown Ogdensburg. Henry McCoy was reading the paper when a bright light suddenly illuminated the far wall. He turned around just in time to see the explosion level Prescott and send a wall of flame, steam, and debris in his direction. The windows blew in, and Henry collapsed as a shard of glass 1/2 foot long sliced into his leg and slashed his femoral artery. Seconds later, his house collapsed, and the bricks added several thousand new pieces to the jigsaw puzzle. Minto Place Suite Hotel Canada. The tourists looking out of the skyscraper were taken aback by the mushroom cloud glowing over the southern horizon. It looked like a nuclear explosion, but what the hell had the bad guys been aiming at? There wasn't anything of any significance over there. Had someone aimed at Buffalo and missed? Had someone tried to destroy Ottawa and missed? The tourists doubted that Ottawa was under attack, as Canada hadn't done anything to antagonize off Voldemort, Hamas, or Al-Qaeda. The general consensus was that some chemical plant or gas station had gone up in flame and produced a large explosion. A large conventional explosion closer in could produce the same effect. After all Prime Minister's office at Ottawa, Prime Minister Crescent stared out the window in disbelief. Mad. Get me the Minister of Defense and Bill Clinton, minus 1346 Z01 14 00 to times 0 a force 1. Bill Clinton stared at Radner and then back at the speakerphone connected to NORAD. What did you say? I couldn't have heard that right. The speaker responded, there's been a 25 KT nuclear explosion on the US-Canada border. Ground Zero appears to be in the St. Lawrence River near the town of Ogdensburg, New York. Current casualty estimate is about 7,000. Al-Qaeda has claimed responsibility. It looks like we have another Quabbin on our hands. Clinton turned to Radner. This makes no sense. Why would they attack up there? Do you have anything there, Radner, which would warrant such an attack? Radner shook his head. No, Mr. President. What I suspect happened is that someone tried to Portkey in a bomb, and it bounced off the barricade I put up before reaching its target. This caused it to detonate as soon as it hit the border. Clinton looked at a map and swore. The Canadians will be pissed. The detonation was maybe 50 miles from Ottawa. They're bound to see the mushroom cloud from there and think they were the target. The man from NORAD spoke up. Mr. President, we're fairly certain Ottawa was not the target. The scenario we've come up with is something very similar to what Secretary Radner proposed. We figured out what the intended target was. New York City. Clinton put his head in his hands. How certain are you of this, General? Very certain, sir. If you were sending a Portkey from Pyongyang to New York and had it follow the shortest path, a great circle route, it would first cross America's borders, 4 miles from Ogdensburg. Although the deaths of 7,000 people is a great tragedy, just imagine what would have happened if that bomb went off in the middle of a work day in New York City. It's 9:46 over there, and those skyscrapers are going to be packed. Radner frowned for a second and pointed at the map. The Canadians aren't going to be very happy that we were an unwitting accomplice in an attack which leveled Prescott, Ontario. Had we not had that shield up, no Canadians would have died. Clinton winced. Christ, it's the mother of all tough questions. What's more valuable, a few 100,000 Americans or 2,000 Canadians? All right, Radner, can you send some people up there to help with the cleanup? Radner nodded. I believe so. The standard procedure that the wizards have come up with to dealing with the explosions is to geminio anything that can be used to stop radiation, such as dental X-ray shields and full radiation suits, pack up the wizards and send them up there. First order of business will be to have some of the wizards put out the fires and tend to the injured, while others go downwind to prepare fallout shelters for the regions which are going to be irradiated. The NORAD man grunted. We're going to need a lot of fallout shelters, Mr. Radner, and we're going to need the Canadians involved here as well. You see, it looks like most of the casualties aren't going to be in Ogdensburg. If the wind holds up, we're going to have an even bigger problem in a few hours. Clinton didn't like the sound of that. Oh, really? I hate to think, how could that be? Because the fallout cloud is heading directly towards Laval, less than 5 miles from downtown Montreal. Our models are predicting a 90% chance that Montrealers are going to need to seek shelter. Everyone swore when they heard about that. Radner got up. Excuse me, gentlemen, I believe I need to get going. I'm going to have to tell Ariadne to coordinate the defense of Ogdensburg and get the Canadian Minister of Magic, Jesper Ettel, up to speed so he can do something about Montreal. The Norad general spoke up. That's not a bad idea, Mr. Radner. Good luck. And speaking of fallout, that's another bullet we dodged by having the shield up. You see, the wind in New York would have blown the fallout cloud right onto Boston. By sheer bad luck, the line from Ogdensburg to Montreal is directly parallel to the one from New York to Boston. Clinton shook his head in disbelief. In a span of 24 hours, we've got nuclear explosions in London, Tel Aviv, Korea, and now upstate New York. What is the world coming to? The Norad man's response was blunt. Apocalypse, if we don't do something fast. With that, the meeting adjourned, and everyone headed off to clean up Ogdensburg. They had no idea that their problems had just begun. 1347Z01, 1300 to times 0 Vatican City. Dionysus's fish patroness stared at John Paul in shock. What did you say? You've got a relic up there, which just started glowing. The Pope nodded. Yes, sir. It appears to be a small golden key decorated with what appears to be the crown of ancient Lower Egypt. It was in a storage room and believed to be over 3,000 years old. Can I see it, Holiness? No, sir. No one seems to be able to pick it up, even me. Even more perplexing, we can't even manipulate it through an intermediary such as a towel or book. The only explanation I can think of is that only one person, perhaps you, is allowed to use it. Dionysus breathed a sigh of relief. If it's what I think it is, we need to get Hosni Mubarak there in a hurry. Hosni Mubarak, the president of Egypt, what does he have to do with this? Everything, Holiness, everything. The question now is how we can get our hands on Saddam Hussein and that other key. I'd expect the other one is going to be glowing as well. Tell everyone to keep their eyes peeled. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Finally, one of them voiced their concern. Saddam Hussein. Whose idea was it to put the fate of the world in the hands of Saddam Hussein? The fish groaned and explained. Most likely Grand Mugwump Nohapishtin of Egypt, over 4,000 years ago. The protocol requires that the king of Assyria, or in the case of the destruction of Assyria, its conqueror, take the responsibility of turning the key. At the time, it made sense because Assyria was one of the world's superpowers back then. It's not that much different from you requiring that the US and the Soviet Union both agree to any radical operations in the Muggle world during the Cold War. Unfortunately, times change, and since Iraq now controls Assyria's territory, that means Saddam Hussein. We apologize, but there isn't much we can do about it. All we can do is hope and pray. Z01, 12, 00 to times 0 Canadian Ministry of Magic, Satellite Office Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Deputy Minister of Magic Danielle Durand nearly fell off her chair when she heard the news. Swearing vigorously, she got up and raced out of the room. 1350Z01, 10, 00 to times 0 96th floor, One World Trade Center, New York, United States of America. Sophia Stevenson nearly dropped her cup of coffee when the televisions in the conference room went blank and suddenly began playing the emergency alert system broadcast tone. She looked at her co-workers in concern. There had been several nuclear weapons detonated over the past few hours, but none of them had been in the United States. Had America's luck run out? The television began scrolling text down the screen. Attention, citizens of the United States of America. There has been a nuclear explosion near the town of Ogdensburg, New York. It is located on the St. Lawrence River near the border with Canada. The casualty total is currently estimated at 7,000, with tens of thousands wounded and 2 towns seriously damaged. The yield of the weapon is estimated at 25 kt, similar to those used by Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda has claimed responsibility for this attack. If you live along the St. Lawrence downstream from this location, you need to seek shelter immediately as a cloud of fallout may be heading in your direction. Do not panic. If you have a fallout shelter within 5 minutes traveling time, head there. If not, close all of the windows, seal them as well as possible, and head into the lowest level of your home. Stay away from any windows if at all possible. The Ministry of Magic will be assisting the government in setting up emergency fallout shelters and passing out protective gear such as radiation suits, and although less effective, medical X-ray protection equipment. Potassium iodide tablets are being portkeyed to regional command centers as this message is being broadcast. These tablets will help prevent thyroid cancer and should be ingested by all people within the affected areas. The area threatened by the fallout covers roughly the course of the St. Lawrence all the way up through New York and into Vermont. Do not enter this area if at all possible. The Canadian government has also shut down Montreal's airport because there is a strong possibility that Montreal will be hit with fallout as well. If you know anyone who lives near Ogdensburg, either in the US or Canada, do not try to contact them. All phone lines out of the area are non-functional. The best thing you can do is pray for them. Further information will be posted as it becomes available. Al-Qaeda has leaked information onto the internet which claims that more bombs are on the way. Do not panic, as odds are that your city will not be targeted. The president is en route to Cheyenne Mountain right now for his own safety. If a nuclear weapon goes off near you, duck and cover as soon as you see the flash. Move low, too. There was huge flash outside her window, but Sophia didn't have much of a chance to duck before the entire building was destroyed. 1351 Z010900 to times 0 NORAD. Bradley Shep stared in horror at the two dots on his screen. One appeared to be in Seoul. The launch had come from a nuclear missile range D, just over the border. It looked like a rogue launch to him, probably some North Korean soldier who had been pissed that the South had killed their popular dear leader. He had been told that there were Patriot missile batteries in the area, but they had either missed the target or not gotten enough notice to shoot the missile down. The wizards were focusing all of their attention on missiles coming and out of Pyongyang and had completely forgotten that there were still Muggle soldiers down there who weren't particularly fond of the South. However, he couldn't worry about that right now because the second dart was right in the middle of downtown Manhattan. It was a 25 kT airburst over Wall Street if he read it right. This was going to be bad. 1353 Z010700 to times 0 Air Force One. The entire senior staff was screaming at each other. Clinton had to slam his hand on the table to get everyone's attention. Radner, what the hell happened? Radner stared at the floor in shame. It seems that Al-Qaeda did exactly the same thing to us, Hamas did to Israel, send all of the wizards up to the first explosion in Ogdensburg and leave the door open to a follow-up attack on New York, their primary target. During the chaos surrounding the Ogdensburg attack, I completely forgot that the nuke there would knock out the Portkey shield in that area. I'm sorry, sir. Get half of the wizards in the remaining Department of Magic offices over to New York on the double. Re-establish the shield around the country and tell the remaining wizards to set up watches over all major cities. And tell one of the subs to blow up Pyongyang with a nuke with a yield no greater than 75 kT. Radner stared at him. Sir, the wizards. Do it. We can't let them attack the us like this. Radner whistled. Yes, sir.